We are Spoon 107.5 FM. New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South, man.
To get your information, to the food, to be part of action. Spoon, 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 television. Spoon, spoon, spoon,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. Take the children right for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more often, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. You from Funjama, Maryland to Spoon. Yeah, to Spoon. If you keep congratulate my brother to Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon radio to Spoon. Yeah, to Spoon. You want to get a news update to Spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, my body. TV. Yes, my body.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South, man.
To get your information, to the food, to be part of action. Spoon, 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 television. Spoon, spoon, spoon,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. Take the children right for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Benjamin, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every keep on regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What you want? Yes, everybody.
TV.
Yes, what you got?
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend.
To the food to get your information. To the food to get my spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust Spoon, you trust Spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't trust Spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't trust Spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't trust Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't trust Spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't trust Spoon. Yeah, don't trust Spoon. Yeah, don't trust Spoon. You from Benjamin, Maryland, to Spoon. Yeah, don't trust Spoon. Every keep on regular, my brother, don't trust Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, don't trust Spoon. Yeah, don't trust Spoon. You want to get a news update, don't trust Spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What you want? Yes, what you got? Yes, what you got?
Of course, folks, you're listening to Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, and we're live on Voice of Liberia 104.1 and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. We're live on Facebook. Our Facebook handles are Spoon TV, Super TV, Fabric TV, and of course, we do have a large following on YouTube, and you can catch us on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk. Today is the 8th of June 2026. We do apologize for the mix-up of the dates there on the flyer, but that doesn't take away the fact that today we will be playing host to a man of God. A renowned Liberian man of God is going to be our guest on the program tonight. That's Bishop Dr. Ambassador. So Bishop Dr. Ambassador P. Manasseh Konto is going to join us on the program. He said he's going to be live in studio. He's going to be live in studio. He is the president, the general overseer of the United Christian Assembly Evangelistic Ministries International. Yeah. He's a Liberian pastor. Let me just make that one clear. He's a Liberian pastor. He's not a Nigerian pastor. He's not a Nigerian prophet. He is a Liberian pastor, a Liberian bishop, a Liberian doctor, a Liberian ambassador. And he will be joining us on the show. And all of this thing, is because of the Nigerian palette, a prophecy of confusion, the prophecy of, President Baka and the Vice President Jeremiah Kun. There will be fighting, there will be a huge fight, all of this thing, the back and forth on social media. Liberia officially complained Nigeria, the pastor, and complaining to Nigeria. So we're seeing something on social media that which we cannot confirm. We are going to verify that letter. We want to verify that letter that is flying all around social media. It has gone viral, but we cannot confirm that letter is actually from the Nigerian authorities. We cannot confirm that letter because the letter is riddled with a lot of mistakes. We've been reaching out to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to find out if they've received any official communication from the Nigerians. We trying very hard to reach out to the Nigerian mission here in Liberia, whether or not they've received any communique from their foreign ministry. So the Spoon Network cannot independently verify the authenticity of that particular letter that is all on social media, whereas it's alleging that the Nigerians are saying, look, we value freedom of speech and expression. It's a private matter. What the men say, that the men say, all that kind of stuff. We as the Spoon Network cannot verify that particular piece of communique that is all on social media. But what we can verify to you tonight is Seditians are celebrating. Seditians are celebrating tonight. One of my friends in the CDC called me and said, God can sleep. So I said, but man, what do you mean by God can sleep? He said, Damn, God can sleep. I said, but when I heard it before, that God can sleep. I said, God can sleep. They learn how they demolish our headquarters from on. Now, the court say, Dempster must sell the land to Oniyama. But we'll get to that story as well. But, they said, oh, thank God, sir. You thought you were coming to tell the land for all that year now, you went to. So the court is saying, Dempster told Ma from Oniyama when the case was in court. But we'll get into that story when the rest of the panelists join us. I'll just give you a gist of some of the things we'll be discussing tonight on the program. First up is we'll be having Bishop Konto on the show. We'll take your calls. You'll tell us what's on your mind and all of those things. But these are some of the issues, stories we'll be discussing tonight on the program. One, we'll have our Bishop Konto on the show, the Liberian bishop, doctor, and ambassador. He's going to discuss this whole issue of prophecies and all of those things. We'll discuss Liberia's complaints against the Nigerian pastor who say there will be confusion here, confusion there, confusion everywhere. There will be coup and all that kind of thing. Just talking PPT. So we'll have a Liberian pastor to talk about that. That's pastor, so they can talk in a pastoral thing. Now, we'll also be discussing the fact that the court has ordered Abraham Dempster to, get a deed of the property, the 4.23 acre to get 10 land for inner property to Oniyama. Because Oniyama gave him man, something like 132,000. Then you're in court. Then you finish winning the case now. what we're hearing is he wanted to flip on Onyema, you know, and I get him in the land. So the court said, no, agreement. You took math on the man on an agreement to gain 10 lots. Carry to the man. So we'll talk about that as well. The LNCC, the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, has responded to the ANC. We'll talk about the LNCC's response as well. But the LNCC used some serious language in our response. They called it preliminary investigation. You know, preliminary means like just the beginning, you know, the initial stages. We just starting the whole investigation, you know, just slow. And they asked the ANC to provide additional supporting document. Where play ANC can go get additional supporting document from the carry for that investigation? Aside from what we heard government officials saying, that, oh, the project is not 10 million, it's 6.something million, it's MRU, it's an MRU, you know, area, villa there in Lofa County, all of that. But LACC said ANC should provide additional supporting documents so they can investigate the whole FOIA project. Plus other things we'll be discussing tonight on the show, interesting things as well. Things that were frowned upon, you know, we see a lot of conversations back and forth about President Boakai stating that chiefs, appointed chiefs now will start taking pay the 1st of July. Questions have been raising that didn't the finance minister say all appointed government, you know, officials have already started taking pay, they're all on the payroll, but the panelists are going to discuss those things on their diverse angles and their diverse understandings as well. To discuss the issue of this whole land issue with the whole CDC, former CDC headquarters and all of that, our panelists who are lawyers will also join us on the program and will dissect those legal jargons and terminologies as well. My name is Diamond Slanger. Wherever it is you're watching us from, you're welcome to the program. It promises to be an interesting one tonight as well. But what we do on the program is at the beginning of the show, we allot time to you for you to tell us what's on your mind. So we'll go to the phone lines now and open the lines for you to tell us what's on your mind. Again, let me remind you respectfully, it's going to be 1 minute per caller. We've had a lot of complaints that some calling can go longer than the others, and it also limits the time that we take calls as well. So let's go to the phone lines now. 077771075, 0771075. Those are the numbers to call. 077771075, 055101075. Let's take this first person on the line. Hello,
my brother. Yeah, I'm George calling for Red Light. Yeah, what's on my mind?
you say what's your name?
I'm George calling for Red Light.
George from Red Light. Go ahead, George.
Yeah. What I'm saying, what the bishop said, the prophet said in Nigeria. It's not something that the Liberian government should be run behind it. It's not law. That's true. It's been happening. Everything is seen it happening to us. Yes, sir. So what else?
So you confused?
What am I going to Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's been happening already. Then it can't be that man. They think are true. A true story, man. The saying.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you for calling. Let's take this next person. 077771075, 055101075. Hello.
Yeah, good evening. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Your name and where you calling us from?
Yeah, I'm Moses Kepler calling from Lower Maggie County.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, actually, not a about your topic, but I really want you to help me to connect me with a spoon. I don't know. I beg you. I don't know what I can be able to talk to him tonight because I texted you the last time I'm on the number, but I never get a response.
That's when I see number here, Chief. We'll respond to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. 077771075, 055101075. Those are the numbers to call. Let's take this next person here. Hello. Hello.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes, sir. You're live. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Joseph Yamplu calling from the Caldwell Benson Street.
What's on your mind?
What is on my mind is our government, our country. So much contradiction in this country. Yes, we put government officials out of power on the basis of statement they made while in government. Yeke Koruba, the ambassador, were taken out of were voted against of no confidence because in government. So if the ordinary pastor in Nigeria express his opinion, why you go right to the government? The same way you said, if I was just ordinary person make a statement, you won't go for them. Then why you want the government of Nigeria to go for a pastor who is not government official?
Okay, sir.
Who make a statement that is entitled to. So you see why you say, yeah, you contradict yourself, you're going for pastor who's not official of government in Nigeria.
All right, sir.
So
Thank you.
Okay, then.
When we're taking place, we want to take as many calls as possible. So let's take this next person here. Hello, you live? Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, you live. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Jerry. I'm calling from the Guru.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, why on my mind to learn how to do it? Our senator, Honorable Dillon. Yeah. All voted for Dillon when he defeated Democrat. But now, Dillon, now he can't tell. He's not really certain who will be the next Senate Barrow to now from the Liberty Party. That means it means that he tell you that he still want to go in line with United Party. Say you want to be a happy there to United Party. Come for it when now all of them will be zero. That was on my mind.
Thank you. Thank you for calling and speaking what's on your mind. 077771075 01075. Let's see if we can speak to this person here. Hello. Okay, I think we lost our caller there. We replace you with this person. Hello.
Yeah, my brother. Thank you for answering my call. I've been trying to number for long. Yeah, I'm Augusta calling from the Oro. My concern has to do with the recruitment of the army. Yeah, the army is not fair when it comes to recruitment.
When you say not fair, what do you mean?
Yeah, because Mosorado, now what they inform we follow up from Mosorado up to Bomi. When what they exercise the carry through Mosorado, now they inform they try they check that system. For you, if you get all of the documents, if you get wire certificate from 2000 up to from 2000, we that they was from 2000. Our result is online. So when we went to Bomi, they told us to go and then bring chip, which of course we have our that transportation from here to Bomi to and fro go and come. But when they started from Monday to Tuesday up to Wednesday, they now requesting for chip. For the last 2 days, they started requesting for chip. You don't have chip, they will say all of the land. They will say all of the land. They will say you got to go and buy chip. Of course, they now tell the other people.
All right, my brother, we'll follow up on that. We'll definitely follow up on that. Thank you.
Yeah, it was not fair.
Thank you for sharing that information with us. We will follow up on that. Let's take this next person here. Hello. Okay, so I think we're losing callers on this line. Let's take this next person here. Hello. Yeah, you're live. Please go ahead.
My name is Alan Charles and I call from England.
Go ahead.
I call in reference to the business community of the Republic of Liberia.
What happened to them?
Specifically the Coca-Cola factory. Why would they be selling drugs? I mean, not drugs, but they be selling drinks wholesale at the same time selling retail. When you go to buy to the factory, they sell retail. Then they got specific people to sell wholesale. Then they turn around, they put the drinks in the trucks and go in the market, block traffic, and still sell retail. What do they expect the ordinary people who are doing local businesses to do? I think it's something that the government needs to intervene.
Yeah, we're following up on that development because approximately 3 weeks ago or close to a month ago, the vice president had a big meeting with some of these manufacturers, and that is key that they give to Liberian distributors and do not sell retail. So they give them a 30-day period to work out an agreement, a roadmap, and we'll be following up on that. So I can promise you we'll follow up on that during the course of this week. How far that process has gone. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. 077771075, 077101075. Those are the numbers to call. And as I said earlier on, we will be playing host to Bishop Konto. That's Bishop Dr. Ambassador P. Manasseh Konto, President General Overseer of the United Christian Evangelistic Ministries International. He is our guest on the show at 9 p.m. But until that time, we will definitely be taking calls. I'm hearing from Liberians. The rest of our panelists will join us on the program. A lot of things happening in Liberia that we want to talk about. There is a publication circulating on social media. We cannot verify the authenticity of that particular information. We are trying our best to speak to representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Nigerian mission to Liberia, to find out whether that particular communication that is circulating on social media is actually from the government of Liberia, the government of Nigeria, through its Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But all indications that we're getting is that that communication is a made-up one. And but we cannot confirm as of the moment. So all we can do is try our best to verify and do our facts finding. We'll go back to the phone lines now. Let me say hi to you, Judith Sano, watching us via YouTube. George Woyen is following us from SD Cooper Road. Julius Guanung, hope you're doing great. Zwole Wesley, hope you're doing wonderful as well. Elizabeth Julie, if I got your name right, is following us from River G County. Alex Walker is also watching. Antonin Wimpie is watching us as well. Honorable Papi Success Keita is following us from Dupont Road. Solomon Tibla, how are you doing? Our very own Solomon Tibla from Bapolu County. Moses Sibo is watching us from 72nd community thereabout. We scroll further upward. Melvin Nathaniel Roosevelt Jolo is watching us. John Chie is following us via YouTube. Tijani Dancing is watching us as well. Prince M. Thomas, hope you're doing great, watching us from Shara Community, Dupont Road. I spoke to Melvin already. Vinicius Junior Ba is watching us from Newcrewtown. Another Ba, but this one is Eric Ba, watching us from Thailand. Daniel K. Bindia is following us from Omega. Philip Bala, how are you doing? The usual suspect. Eddie Richards is following us, as well as Moses Gibson. Mustafa Lahun is watching us from Stephen Torbert. Awolowo Sopon Oscar Ziangbe, always watching us from Nimba County. Peter Tokpa. James Favor Vani is watching us from Weju, Grand Cape Mount County. Peter Tokpa, how are you doing? Nataline Weir. Anytime I reach a name, I have to make sure whether it's Nathaniel or it's Nataline. And no, this one is Natalie. Natalie, I hope you're doing great. Gerard is watching us via YouTube from Delaware. Anthony War. Anthony War is watching us, as well as Paulino L. Kayi. Let's now go back to the phone lines. 077771075, 05551101075. Hope you're doing great. Jerry Kume watching us there from Claretown. Bwama Obento Kadi is watching us. Dopo Zoyi is watching us from Magibi County. Juje Wonwe is watching us, as well as Vera S.W. Wallace. Hope you're doing great. Teddy C. Kerwin is watching us, as well as the rest of the folks. 077771075, 055511075 is that time where you call us up and tell us what's on your mind. Let's go back to the phone lines now and see if we can take more calls. Hello? Okay, so I lost that caller. Hello? 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 Okay, I have to replace this person. Hello? Hello, you live. Your name and where you calling us from? Hello? Okay, so that person isn't ready. Let me replace them with this person here. Hello?
Yeah, good evening to you.
How you doing, my brother?
Well, I'm wonderful on your morning evening presentation.
What going on?
That would have been hilarious.
Even speaking people, I turn around and ask you what going on is that making you laugh. What did that make you laugh?
You know, my good friend brother Damo. My name is Mohammed M. Kane Chion, and Mohammed Kane is a scrum member of the United Party in the WDO.
But man, you say you ain't get headquarters. How we can face it?
No, our headquarters is on Broad Street.
Oh, you move from Clarendon and you go Broad Street?
Yeah, you know, we have our main office situated on Broad Street. The party headquarters come there. You can see what there.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Damo, let me say thanks to you for the Spoon panelists hosting one of the bishop of Liberia, in person of Bishop P. Malasa Konto. Let me say cooler to you and the water and Honorable Waterspoon. You know, my concerns tonight have to be shown directly with I'm going to say this, the fake bishop for Nigeria.
I mean, you can refer to the man as fake, but
you know, I mean,
go to your point, but you're talking to the man already for you're already containing the man, you're calling man fake. Go to your point,
let me be very honest with you, okay? A man of God will come out to say that, you know, technically, to even come out to say that, our Liberian government, the president, I don't even want to use the word in use, but to come out to say that they're going to be coup. They're going to take coup on the Liberian government. You know, that I'm looking like a curse on a man. Seriously. Okay? Why he cannot come out to say that they're going to overtake him in a church or they're going to remove him from him?
But I thought they say God revealed to redeem again. So if the man gave revelation, why you can take the power of the revelation to make things work?
So the revelation that you give, that will bring coup in your neighbor country. You know, so many of God there, you know, God can test them sometimes. Definitely.
All right,
God
brother.
Test them whether that man of God strong or you're not strong. And that man of God seem to be fake man of God in this country.
Thank you.
And let me say in the country, let's say in Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you for calling. Let's take this next person on the line. Hello.
Hello.
You live. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening on Nelson Colette, I guess.
You guessed wrong. This is Diamond Slanger, but go ahead.
Diamond Slanger, what's up, great man?
I'm good, Chief. Please go ahead. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm Pastor Kuma. I call from on the canopy.
What the canopy here?
Of the Unity Party Intellectual Bureau. It's a civil rights think tank. The institution that Mohammed Kane, you know, a very good brother, is a member of. For me, you know, I wake up this evening to, you know, letters circulating on the social media and relatively other media outlets, you know, claiming I came on the angle of our counterpart, West African counterpart, the Nigerian Foreign Ministry.
Chief, you have to go to your point quickly, sir. We don't have the luxury of time.
Yeah, the Nigerians are noted to be some of the smartest people in terms of academia. But to the lines in the letter, the main thing I saw there are seeds of error.
Okay.
In a letter.
So to wrap up your point, you say in the letter is fake, right?
Yeah. The letter is seen to be very, very fake.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you. We have to leave it there, brother. We have to leave it there. 077771075. 05551101075. Let's take this next person on the line. Hello. 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 All right, so hello. All right, we lost this person again. Replace you here. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Damo.
How are you?
Yeah, my name is Peter. Today, come on, you are radio man calling on PV.
Go ahead, radio man.
Yeah, Damo. What my man? Me say bravo to the president Jose Imam Bogasino. Ali for opening all the Ali around the area. Ali people today they can find a way to get to Boulevard from Boulevard to Pago Island, Peace Island today. Shock or our daughter were crying. They said the demolition people was say, but they are useful to people now. The road they were crying on are useful to people. And me say again this, the experience of the president, at least or serious president call for cabinet meeting every 3 months, 4 months. That's what they call cabinet meeting, what they call experience president. But you don't wait for state to finish before you cover a cabinet retreat.
All right.
So at least or senior president always cover cabinet retreat every 3 or 4 months. So President Boga will be most experienced president ever, and you go back again for 2 years. I can assure you that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Hello, 077771075. Hello.
Yeah, how are you, Baba?
I'm fine, sir. How yourself? So you can be passing the phone to each other when you finish, then you get the phone to your friend?
No, Adama carry down the mail out, made a fine. You don't see on social media, the mail out, made a fine. I've been advocating. You don't see me, they say,
but you're telling you just call in row, and I think I need to look at it. No one. So you saw your friend.
No, me in Bamatan, bien Mudokono, Matan, the Tala.
My man would not see you by your just telling you call in row that I say in Vamatan. You can be very more you say in Vamatan.
A Muslim, but the Holy Spirit just talk to me concerning with that pastor. No, not joking.
I mean, I'll be making fun of God and Holy Spirit. Where Holy Spirit catch you at?
Now, when the pastor can apologize to the librarian for evil data, he will die.
So, I believe your own prophecy. Look at son. You condemn somebody for prophecy that you say is wrong against you, but you can't. You say Holy Spirit spoke to you, and will die for this. The Holy Spirit means see nobody to go visit, but somebody for Unity Party Response Bureau. Oh God, this country is an interesting place. Let's take this person here. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Damo.
Yeah, your name and where you calling us from?
No, Damo, this is the voice of Samu Rasta. Yeah, Damo, I joined the unique conversation. A beautiful conversation from Point Four, Damo, this evening. Yeah, from Zimbabwe. A member of the Concerned Librarian for Justice.
Go ahead, Samu Rasta.
Yeah, Damo said they beat my human imagination as Liberian. Our country, our corner on a Christian principle. Today, to see the country looking at it, Damo, you said it fine.
You asking me?
So then,
say your point.
Yeah, because then what made in the war point Grand Liberian eyes? You know what I mean? Damo for a bishop, not pastor, but they say bishop for the men to prophesy. And tell you say Liberian conflict. That as I'm speaking to you right now, you know what's going on right now?
I know.
Then they make there another party of course the pastor will die in the bishop will die in 4 days. Are you kidding me? You're looking at bishop. Man who pass pastor level and become bishop. Then you say you prophesy again, the man he will die in 4 days. But look, Damo, let me see what would they say. Let me see what man Damo. You know what I mean, Damo? What? Can you imagine you told me that you can't rescue me? And I expect you to rescue me, and do not tell it for you. You're not being confused.
All right, Sabu Rasta. Point well made.
If you say Damo, you say you can't rescue me, Damo? But right now, no current, no water, only come for 2 weeks. Then Damo will not confuse. When you say you're building road, Damo, and right now you're building road, but using private jet to go low park, then you're not confused, Damo.
All right, Sabu Rasta.
You ride jet to go to the mansion, but now you're riding a lecture. 1.4 million on that lecture. Then you're not confused.
Thank you, my brother. I think we can hold a list right there and do another list tomorrow. Thank you for calling. Sabu Rasta. And it needs hello. It's Sabu Rasta. 077771075 055101075. Robert SKWI is watching us from District Number 1, River G County, Kawiakin City. Edward Torbert is watching us from Grand Crew County. Selma Lomax, how are you doing, Selma? If that's my journalist friend Selma, hope you're doing great. Let's say hi to Thomas Topa. All right, so Thomas has got a concern. All right, we'll look into that. Thank you for calling, Thomas. Thomas Topa, yes. Thank you for calling. Let's take another person on the line quickly. Hello, your name and where you calling?
Good evening.
Yes, sir, you're live. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this is Agent G. I'm calling from Rojo Town, Angor FE. So, Dama, the sign is clearing. What did Bishop say? Everybody's seeing what is going on. Burning of the Capitol building, that I know as another sign. 2, the taking over of our land by Guinea. It never happened before. So what did Bishop say? We should pray. Let us pray so that God will, the punishment that God gets, so it will be canceled. But by you condemning the bishop, you are wasting your time. Let's talk to the government, let them do the right thing. Different things that never happen in Nigeria are happening. And watch out, if we are not careful, 2020 now, the war you're talking about will come right back here. Because United Party will be defeated and they will not turn power over.
Thank you. Now, another prophecy you give me?
There's no prophecy.
All right.
I'm telling you, I've been saying it over and over.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you very, very much. 077771075, 05551101075. Those are the numbers to call. Emmanuel G. Johnson is watching us from Lac Placide there on the airfield. Power Saint Chard is watching us from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. Let's see who's following us. Manju Kane, Abraham Lawrence, Bwaka Sharif, Wilson Tay is watching us from Sioux Falls. They're in South Dakota. Lasana Kamara and the rest of the folks. Let's take this next person here. Hello. Hello, you live. Go ahead, please. 077771075, 05551101075. A lot of folks texting me with a lot of concerns. Let's take this next person on the line quickly. Let's take this person here. Hello. Hello, you live on the line. Please go ahead. Hello. Okay, we'll keep losing our callers here. Bishop Konto is already here in studio with us. He's our first guest on the program. We have a lot of things to discuss on the show. So we take a short break to get him set up. And once we get back, we'll continue with the program. This is Spoon Talk, live on Spoon 107.5 FM. Also live on our Facebook TV platforms, Fabric TV, Super TV, Spoon TV, and of course, we're on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk. Forgive us about the error concerning the date of this flyer, but the information aside that is constant. We will be speaking to Bishop Konto on the program.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO. Stand with the spoon in your boy, right in the South man. On the weekend.
To the food to get your information. To the food to be part of action. Spoon television.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust Spoon, you trust Spoon, you will know. Take the children right past that version, just don't trust Spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't trust Spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't trust Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't trust Spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't trust Spoon. Yeah, don't trust Spoon. Yeah. You from Bonjama, Maryland to Tospo. Yeah, to Tospo. If you eat your man, congratulate my brother to Tospo. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon radio to Tospo. Yeah, to Tospo. You want to get a news update to Tospo. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got it. TV. Yes, what you got it.
Okay, folks, thank you for listening to us. We are live on Spoon Talk tonight. The rest of guys will definitely join the program. We have Bishop Konto already in the building. We will be discussing a lot of things, especially with emphasis on that prophecy from the Nigerian bishop, you know, concerning political situations in Liberia, for which he said, you know, he was prophesying on those things that will transpire in the country, including, you know, the country is confused, the president is confused, everybody in Liberia. You know, when he said that thing, it reminded me of a song growing up as a kid. I don't know if some of you remember that song, but it was a song in the mid to late 90s. Dance so hard, dance so raw, everybody going crazy. Remember that song? Yeah, I think by that time Charlie banned that song. From what I learned as a kid, you know, the president at the time, President Charles Gange Taylor, in banned that song because the song was kind of like a rebellious song, you know, it was kind of stating the situations in the country. Stand say, "Dance so raw, dance so high, everybody going banana." You remember that song? Yeah. Yeah. Somebody said, how long you been around for you can remember that song? You know your bands. Yeah, you know, when I listen to that, in fact, let me play the video again. Let me play the video. Yeah, some of you can remember that. Okay, Telvest Africa say it was 1997. You know, that song was about. I remember that song because I was a kid growing up, and at that time when you own radio, you people. So they probably then who use the own radio. Yeah, somebody say, how old are you at that time? Relax. If I can remember the song. And then they probably didn't get a radio, you'll come around, they will take the battery and put it on the sun. You know, they'll put the battery on the sun for a while. Then when the battery charged and they put in the radio, they start playing it. Also, now you wear the battery and you know, yeah, you put your radio on your shoulder, you be bouncing. All right, so let's play the prophecy. And that has got the entire country on tooth and nails and on our heels and toes. So this is Bishop Pramit Ayodele. This is what he had to say.
I told them in Liberia, I said your president is confused. They started howling. They are bragging. Let me give you one more. Your president is confused, but you cannot understand. Your economy will you will suffer in Liberia. Hardship that you have not experienced, you will see it. Your eyes will not open until when the president leaves. I'm expecting you one more time. Things will not go well because your president does not understand what it takes. He's confused. The time of that confusion, you will see it. Before you Liberia to liberate you, time must have gone.
Yeah, so like the prophet said down there, you know, so Liberia said, look, we can't allow that kind of thing to happen. We go report. Yeah, so Liberia went straight and reported. Apart from the criticism, you know, the lashing out, the social media drama, and everything, Liberia went to report and say, look, let it report here. I'm just going to paraphrase the whole report because we'll be discussing it. Yeah, our lion battery then. There used to be an advertisement called Sony Long Life Battery, Sony Long Life Battery. Then the part I used to enjoy that whole advertisement, like any part, what they say is also good for calculator. But most of y'all Gen Z, you can relate to the kind of thing because I want to TikTok and thing you know. So Liberia went to report because, you know, we said the thing the mentor, he interfering in our political space. You know, he's now representing the true image of what's happening in the country. What he has said is going to damage our country's hard-earned reputation and all of that. And all of a sudden, We also see, a letter on social media, which as per our investigation thus far, that letter is said to be fake, not just because of the language, but because of the grammatical errors as well. If such a letter is coming from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where they have a lot of doctors and a lot of lawyers and a lot of learned people, those kind of grammatical errors wouldn't persist or be in the letter. But again, as I said, we are speaking to our sources, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other areas, to authenticate that particular letter. But from all indications, that letter is not authentic. It's not from the Nigerian government as of now. But I see Dr. Richardson is in the background. Dr. Richardson, once you're ready, we can bring you on. We still have got 10 minutes to bring on the bishop on the program, but let's see if we can take Dr. Richardson when she comes on, and the rest of the guys will definitely join the program. I see a lot of messages coming to my inbox and a lot of comments as well. People concerned say, "Where I will see you, where 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 I will see you." All I can tell you is he's good. He's 100. Yeah, he's good. If you're looking for his whereabouts, he will appear this week. I will not tell you the date. But he's taking a long needed rest. We spoke about it, and he needed to rest and take a break for a while. So he will definitely be back on the program. That I can tell you. He's good. We spoke this morning. We spoke this afternoon. He's good. He's concerned about what's happening. He's following. But he cannot come on because the mandate is he must take a rest. I see Dr. Richardson there. Let's bring her on the program. Doc, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Diamond. How are you today?
I'm fine. People are concerned about the CEO. He's a loved individual. People will argue with him, go against him, and everything. The first 2 days, they say, "Oh, the show ain't get fire. The CEO not here." But when you on the show again, who will see you again? Me, other people don't talk. Who will see you again? Who will see you? He's not around. Now everybody missing him. Everybody missing him and asking, where is he? He's good. That I can confirm to everybody. He's good. We spoke and we continue to speak, and he will be on the show this week. The exact date, I'm not going to tell you. He will bounce by yellow local Z, and he will just kind of start yelling. That
what? I swear, Tama, I swear I can enjoy you too. Oh God, Lucas. Yeah, you're right. CEO is doing well. I spoke to him not long ago, and he does need his needed rest. And I'm happy that he's doing that because you gotta take this show and put on here like baby. I understand that, but you can ask CEO to rest, to take some time. You're like, oh, but like Brentford, what I'll do. So I'm happy that he's taking this long needed rest, and he will be back. I don't, I'm gonna say you'll bounce by the locals. Yeah, nobody using that word local C for a long time. But meanwhile, we did enjoy, your moderation when you were here. And so I think you're doing a wonderful job. I think, you're a good fit for moderating the show. So
thank you, Dr. Richardson. Yeah. I appreciate the good words. But that man, he told me when we spoke on yesterday, he said, "Oh, I get good reviews. You're doing great." I said, "Chief, I can only do my best. You one of a kind. The way you can do your own thing, it's different. You bring a different vibe, you bring a different spice to the program. We can only sit in until you get back and turn over shift to you so you can do your stuff. Prior to coming on the show again, he sent me a long list of what to do, how to do it.
He rested until I sent a long list. I even checked my email for y'all. I swear I wasn't checking messages from Center because that baby. So you gotta be telling how to hold a baby, how to get a baby back, how to feed a baby, everything. You gotta know what they want to do. So but and I have to tell you that the combination of teamwork among the Spoon family, you guys are doing so great that you make this show worthwhile. But Stanton adds his own gift. He always says, "To God be the glory." I went out, Dama, I have to tell you, I went out this weekend. I was at a graduation party. And usually I try to just play, when I'm not on screen, I just enjoy myself. I went there for a purpose. And so people were like, there's these young kids that ran up to me Dr. Richardson, and how can you turn young faces away? You know, how can you act like you're not hearing them? So, and one of the girls, she was so attuned to spoon. I think that child is maybe 12 or 13 years old, maybe younger. And she brought her friends, you know, and they came and they were telling me all the panelists, they call your name. They were calling Dr. Richardson who listened to you. They were like telling us different, you know, personality of each of the panelists. And I was like, wow, the girl told me she wants to come on. I said, really? You know, we be backing away from we back away from school sometimes, you know, not wanting to come on. But she was like, I want to come on, you know. So I said, I'm going to talk to Dima, and I'm going to talk to, her name is Yama. Yama is her name. Yama. And I said I was going to talk to you and also talk to Stanton and Madam Titi. And then we'll try to see, I will send her a link and she can just come in and say hello or whatever. But she really, really impressed me. And as I tell you, one of the reasons why over the years that I make it my business to be here is, even when I'm busy sometimes, it's because of people like Yama, you know, to see that she can stand up and have a voice. No matter what, people are shutting her down, calling her names, doing whatever they want to say, you know, you can still talk about what you believe in and how you believe it to be. So yes, I told Yama, I said, you are the reason why I stay, you know, on Spoon. And she was really, really excited to hear it. So Yama, if you're listening, and her mom, I think her mother's name is Kebe. I wrote their names down. Shout out to you guys, and it was great. And your little sister and all your friends that you brought. I took pictures with all of them.
Very nice experience.
I put it in the chat room, and then they were just so complimentary of Spoon. And mom said that without Spoon, she wouldn't know what's going on in Liberia. So she was happy that over the years that she have had Spoon. So I put in the chat room that you guys don't even know the impact that you're having on Liberia at large. You know, Liberians in the diaspora. For whatever reason, there were commentators, you know, shows, and I think you came the right time when Facebook is just blossoming. And you know, but Stanton brings his own talent, the way that he tells his story. He knows how to you know, to, I know, persuasive, or I don't know what kind of niche he did.
Persuasive.
Persuasive, what kind of niche he can be talking about?
Persuasive and persuasive method.
Yeah, so the guy ways of doing journalism, you know. His own way of telling, you know, they make him tell a good story. He can make you so captivated when he talks the story, you know. And so, and that's good. Is what we need. So he, you know, definitely at this point would go down in Liberia history as the top talk show that you guys brought a change to, you know, the Liberian people. So we're talking in the background about bringing Yama and her friends on. It would just be nice to hear the child's perspective. I thought, you know, when I was listening to them, but I know there's a lot of things going on in Liberia. So far, I did take a peek at some of the things that are going on in the country, check out the different newspapers. Send your call. You listen to all the newspapers today, you read out of Sunday, I gotta work, I got a full-time job.
They may talk about you just texting me, Jenna. Yeah.
I know you're listening. You know what I'm saying? You listen to all the newspapers. I wish
you want talking again.
I see you asking me questions. So I said, yeah, I listen to other newspaper. Hey, that Richardson, you not listening to newspaper. So yes, but it's good. It's good to know that
he just sent me information again. My man, leave on be do your thing. What you doing? You will call your tongue and you come back. All right, but that, thank you. Thank you so much for always being here. I see Fubi is in the background. I see the leader of the centrism movement, Councillor Kanyo Bala is also in the background. I'm definitely going to bring them on. What is going to happen is, Dr. Richardson, I'm going to turn over this particular interview with Bishop Konto over to you and the rest of the guys, because we're currently faced with some technical issues and I have to swap with him so that we can have a good show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have to swap with him so that we can have a good show. We will work these things out. Eventually everything will be good. I wish I could form an integral part of it. Maybe I'll be throwing my question about, I'll be off camera because we have to bring him on so that we can have a good conversation. So Dr. Richardson, let me just leave you on the program. I'll bring Phoebe on as well. Councillor Bala, if you're ready, I can bring you on. Once we talk to the bishop, we will also talk about some of the things trending in the country, like the issue of the LACC's response to the ANC, that they are going to launch preliminary investigation into the Foya Mansion project, but also asking the ANC to provide additional evidence. The question is whether the ANC going to get evidence from coming again tell anything about the play. Apart from just things we hear on social media, and that is that. But ANC has been asked to assist the investigation with further information. The Liberian government's communication to Nigeria, and that purported response from Nigeria, which I can say for sure doesn't look authentic. We'll talk about that as well. There are other things. The CDC land, the land our CDC headquarters were on. I said that already. One of my friends from CDC, a big guy in the CDC, called me. Hey, I told you, go can sleep. Go can sleep. I said, my man, go can sleep. He said, he told the land from us. Somebody told the land from you. I said, send me the information. But we'll talk about that. The land wasn't taken out. We'll talk about the story. The mental math from Odiyama doing the court case, and they agreed he would sell the land to the man. But after he finished taking the man and them for $10 the land, then he finished winning the case and he wanted to flip on the man. So the man to carry in the court and say, but we have a binding agreement. But we'll talk about all that right now. Let's talk prophecy. We have a Liberian bishop, doctor, and ambassador in the studio. So let me leave you and Phoebe on, and then I'll bring on Bishop Konto in a minute. That I register over to you.
Yes. As soon as I see Bishop Konto and Phoebe, how are you doing today? You okay?
God morning, me. How you say?
Okay. I see that you in God morning me. I think God morning me more if that race we gotta take.
I know. It's so exciting when you trust God, because you don't know there's some little things that you overlook, but by just surrendering it to God, the miracle just happened, and you just think that it's joke. Like Saturday, I was like stuck up at the airport in Cote d'Ivoire. I left my passport behind. I had to use laissez-passer, and the immigration refused to allow me to enter the boat, and there were like few minutes to closing. So we try calling all around. Somebody will bring my passport, but the time it will take for them to come, the thing I have left at that time. And also, in the bathroom, I urinated there when I sat down. Someone just said, but just pray. I just pray the silent, sat down and pray silently. I said, God, I leave it to you. Just in that time, HR director came and told the guy, he talked to the security said, let him go.
Wow.
And I just
miracles are still happening, Phoebe. That's a wonderful story. So for all those who, are doubtful, or those who, are just feeling downhearted, just know that things can happen once you just let it go and give it to God. Let go and let God, right?
Yeah, let go, let God. That's it.
Definitely. That's a beautiful story. Good way to start the show. Because we have many of and I want to welcome all of our viewers, many of you, who we don't know what you're going through, but, who we just told you that he had a situation that was just smooth, straightened up. God can try us sometimes, but he can just never fail us. So, yeah. So you and I are here today with Bishop Konto. I think he's still getting set up, but there's interesting things that are going on out here, and there's prophecy left and right that are just going all over the place, and I'm interested in hearing what the people who I pray to them, and I respect them highly, like the bishops and the elders in the church and what have you. So I'm interested to hear what they have to say, and that was one of the reasons why we have Bishop Konto here today to talk. I'm sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so Bishop Konto is ready.
Okay.
on. His camera is on, as you can see.
Yes.
So you can have this conversation with him. I will be on, but just my audio you will get, because we have to swap to give him the opportunity to be on the show.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Diamond. And Bishop Cantu, in the studio, I have our Chief Henrys. That's what we like to call him, but his name is actually Phoebe Henrys. So we're calling Chief Henrys on the show. I'm Dr. Francine Chenoweth Richardson. I want to welcome you to Spoon. I've been here for quite a while, but I believe this is your first visit, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. Can you tell our audience a little bit about you, who you are, and perhaps why you're here today, and we can begin the conversation.
Thank you so much. And I also want to say a big thank you to the Spoon family, especially to our CEO who has afforded me the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm so grateful to be here. Like you said, this is my first time, but I have always followed Spoon, and I want to give kudos to the CEO for the level of work I believe he has done and he is doing for Liberia, because information is very important in the nation. If the people are not informed, it sometimes leads to something different. So to have this network providing credible, balanced information to our people, I want to say thank you to him and all of you that are always on this show, making sure that Liberia is what is supposed to be, or what Liberia ought to be. Well, I'm Bishop P. Manasseh Konto. I'm the president and general overseer, of the United Christian Assembly Evangelistic Ministries International, that has its headquarters in Broadville. Our church has been around for some 30-some more years by the grace of God. We are providing education for people. We have trade school, we have academic school, we have a nursing school, we also have a theological school. And we feel that Jesus Christ did what we call holistic ministry. He took care of the physical part of the people, he took care of their spiritual aspect, and he also took care of them of mentally. So we provide both education, health, and otherwise. And like you said, I'm here tonight because what we heard this man of God saying, it is beyond politics. And this is what I really want to focus on. We are here because we are elders at the gate. And God will hold us responsible if we just sit and allow things to happen and just go on the carpet. Because words are some of the most powerful forces on the face of the earth. God used words to bring this word into existence. So for a man of God to say he is speaking in the name of God, and he is speaking with authority, that Liberians will suffer, Liberia will suffer, this will happen, that will happen. We have come here today to analyze this man of God's prophecy and see whether indeed it is of God. I'm not here to condemn, but I'm here because he is speaking in the name of God. And I'm also a man of God, and I know what it means to say God has spoken. If God speaks, we need to look at what God is saying and see whether it is in line with his nature. That's why I'm here tonight.
Good. Thank you so much, Bishop Cantu. I believe God is a good God. I've always, no matter what's happening to me, I always see God as a person who is a good person. So you said that you are here today to educate the Liberian people, and then I will just ask you my question. And you tell us that when God speaks, there's certain ways that you guys who are so close to reading and learning the Word of God on a daily, hourly, minute for minute basis, it. But you said that what he said is beyond politics, that Liberians will suffer. Do you believe him?
Well, thank you so much again. If this man of God has spoken and said, this is what I think from my analysis and looking at the trend of events in Liberia, and say, I'm speaking my mind, I would have never stepped here. But for him to say, God says, then it is something different. So if he asks me what I believe in him, before I say yes or no, I want to look at what has God said about true prophet. How do we identify a prophet, and how do we know that a prophecy is from God? So I would like to use the litmus test that we use to verify when the man of God speaks, whether it is from God or it is a prediction. There's a difference between prediction and a prophecy. Prophecy comes from God, and if God speaks, it must come to pass. In the book of Deuteronomy chapter number 18, verses 15 to 22, God spoke to Moses, to the children of Israel, and said, I will, because when they were on the mountain was shaking, there was a thunderstorm, rocks were falling from the mountain, and people got afraid. They said, Moses, don't allow God to speak to us directly. We'll listen to you when you say something. So God said, Moses, tell them, I'll raise a prophet from among their brethren who will tell them my word, and I'll require my word of them from this prophet, so they should listen to him. Then God said, they will ask, how do we know that this prophet is speaking the mind of God? I'll read on the verse 22 of that chapter. He said, when a prophet speaks and the thing does not come to pass, I have not spoken. He has spoken presumptuously. Don't fear such a prophet. So this is my question. The man in question, this prophet, has he prophesied about Liberia before? If yes, did it come to pass? I have in my hands over 14 different prophecies that he had made concerning Nigeria, concerning sports, concerning politics, even concerning Liberia, when he said our former president would have won the elections. It went the other way around. So to use the standard in judging a prophet, what he said, it did not come from God. So no Liberian should take his prophecy serious and bring fear in the heart. God is in control of this nation, because the manner in which he made a prophecy. I was surprised to have listened to one of his sermons yesterday, where he was saying, I said this to Liberia, and they're jittering. I will say it again. When a prophet speaks, if the people don't believe in you, if they criticize you, if they insult you, you don't come in defense, because you are spoken the man of God. Let God be the judge. But for him to come back and say, well, I said this to them, and they are shaking all in the country, I will say again, then it is not God speaking. He is speaking as a man, and we should not fear a man when he speaks in his own name or by his own emotion.
Thank you, Bishop. I'll go to you, Chief Henrys. Chief Henrys, your question and thoughts, comments.
Oh yeah, good evening, Bishop Kanto. I always used to follow you from time to time when I'm in Liberia. And I know you said it right. I've also followed the bishop for the man of God for some time, and he seemed to be speaking from a political standpoint, and following his close ties with former President Weah, and things he has said, invitation they have had, and places they have been together. Sometimes people use their pulpit to try to instill fear in the public. One thing I always say, we read Isaiah 45:7, good and bad are from God. God created light, God created darkness, God created evil, God created good. So everything good and bad exists on this earth from God. But the most important part, I always tell people, when people speak or make negative pronouncement on your life, you as an individual, it's up to you to accept or reject or remain mute. For me, I've always rejected negative comments about me, but I don't just reject it and leave it like that. When you reject, you also have to do the work to disprove whoever making those kind of negative pronouncements over you. When you accept, sometimes it's come to pass that you accept, you just say, I don't. Sometimes you pray and let God will be done, but you always have to, my own take to the Liberian government, many Liberians should condemn or rebuke or reject whatever pronouncement made by the Nigerian pastor. But at the same time, we urge the government to focus on the economy. Because if you don't focus on the economy, you don't do the things you are elected to do, then you make this guy to look like he's speaking on behalf of God. But now, no, just the government refused failure to live up to its expectation. That might give this man prophecy weight that, oh yeah, I said it, you see, like we were looking like that, because the government didn't put her acts together to ensure that they jumpstart the economy for the people to prosper. So everything that you want, God will give it to you. It's up to you to ask, it's up to you to do the work for it. Sometimes asking without working is also a waste of time. We'll all pray, we'll all shout, we'll all cry on God's name. But if we don't put in the work earnestly to ensure that we turn things around in the country, then it's a waste of time. Because God will not come and do it for us. Everything that we need to survive and be great, God already gave it to us. It's only up to us to put our acts together. So my call to the government, besides the condemnation, besides the foreign embassy, foreign ministry writing, which I thought they shouldn't have done so, we should focus on doing the work the Liberian people elected the government to do. That should be the most important thing for me, for the government. Forget about, we reject the man's statement, but do the work to turn the economy around so Liberians can feel the impact of why they voted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Fubi. I want to welcome our other panelists, Honorable Yeke Koluba, Dr. George, and Jacob Jala. So we'll just go to, I think I saw Honorable Koluba come in and Dr. George and then Jacob Jala. Honorable Koluba, do you have any comment or question for Dr. Kanto? He's here today as a rebuttal to what the Nigerian prophet said. He basically, one of the things he said, and I remember, was that Liberia will suffer. And he said some other things that was not pleasant regarding President Boakai. So what are your thoughts based on what you know?
So let me say good evening to all of you people that are listening on the show. Let me say good evening to the Bishop. Bishop, I want to ask the Bishop one question before I proceed with my thought. Bishop, did you contest in District 16, Maserati County?
Yes.
Okay, you see, the reason why I ask this question, the Bishop is on the show as a politician. And when you come on the show as a politician, you want to criticize somebody, it's wrong. The Bishop knows very well that in Liberia, all the bishop, pastors, and imams are running after a job, not their congregation. They are not advocating for their congregation anymore. What they are doing is to run after what they can achieve for themselves. So you see, for the bishop to come on national platform to condemn a man of God that spoke, you are not there. You are not God to know if the man of God really spoke to him. Who are you as a bishop to ask another man of God if God really spoke to him? I think it's wrong. When you come on the show, Honorable Bishop, you want to come on the show to be able to defend the government so maybe they can find you a job. You just do that. But don't come on the show and say you come to represent, to ask the man of God that spoke. He spoke. Everybody know who speak to them. You are not close to the authority. You are not close to the bishop to be asking the man of God who, if he spoke to God or God spoke to him. Who are you? Are you an angel of God or you one of the angels? That's my question to you.
Thank you, Honorable Yeke Koluba. Bishop Kanto, do you care to respond to what?
Exactly so, ma'am. You see, the reason why we have rules, we have principles, we have policies is to guide us. And as Christians, we have the Bible, the Word of God, as our standard that we do things by. He asked a question, am I an angel? No, I'm not an angel. But the Bible says, test every spirit and know whether it is of God. I just read to you people, God is saying to us here, Deuteronomy chapter 18, verses 15 to 22. Anyone who comes, whoever that person is, who says that God has spoken to him, what he says must come to pass. Now, like I just said, we get prediction, we get prophecy. Prediction has to do with your analysis. What you see, you have analyzed the country, you see how things are happening. You say, I think that what I know, these things would happen. That will not hold you for that. But if you come and say, God has spoken, all that the guy said, the man of God said, I'm sorry to use the word guy, what the prophet, the bishop said, Liberia is confused. In fact, everything in Liberia is confused. The president is confused and tired. The economy is confused. Hey, no, sir. No, why? Because Liberia has a small economy. Nigeria has a bigger one. But I know from my research by the grace of God, Liberia had 5.1 growth in our economy, whereas Nigeria falls below us, 3.9 to 4%. So how can our economy be confused when by the grace of God, though we are not where we want to be, but we are not where we were. We are going forward by the grace of God. If you tell me on Okoloba that Bishop Konto came here as a politician, well, I'm sorry to say, if this man of God has spoken and said, well, I think what I see happening in Liberia, this thing will happen, I would have never come here. But to come and say God said. So he's saying to us, God is saying to us from him that we are confused. I am confused. You on Okoloba as a Liberian, you are confused. Stanton Station, the entire network is confused. This man spoke against our nation. Politics aside, sir, not everything is politics. Nobody can just come and use any words in our country and we sit and allow to go. I will say here today by the grace of God, go in my district. I have over 40 persons in my employ. Bishop Konto employ people. I'm not looking for a job. I have provided job for people. So, sir, I'm not in search of job. I'm well placed by the grace of God, and I want to do that employing people. So I did not come here to defend President Boakai. I did not come to defend Unity Party. I came here because someone has spoken against our nation and words are powerful. And I want to say here, by the grace of God, every negative word he used on his corner is going back to me. And I want to say here, get me on record, June 8th, 2026, by the grace of God. All that he said, like Fobi said, nothing of such will happen. Liberia is going forward, backward never. I don't care what they do because our politics is going to bomb over our country. No, it is not happening here. So I did not come as a politician. I came as a man of God to erect the necessary checkpoint that Liberians will not suffer. We are struggling, we are fighting, but we are going somewhere by the grace of God, and we shall get there by the grace of God.
Thank you, Bishop. Dr. George, do you care to react to basically what Honorable Okoloba said, and you heard what Bishop Konto, how he responded? He's not here as a politician. He's here to rebuke what was said about Liberia and Liberians. So your thoughts?
I don't want to get in this holding people war. They should go on the station and go to their own day. My point to that, I remember when I was in school, my professor came to the classroom. He said, when I go to Europe, I get in the taxi or the bus, we know the traffic level work. But by the time we come to Africa, when we get in the car, we pray because we're not too sure we'll reach to the next place. And so I don't get into all these religious things because the bishop, he is here. He's a bishop. He oversees. He said he bishop. He overseer too. I know his church. I know him. I never have him in my life, so I have no conversation with him. Maybe I'll just provoke his mind. This Apostle Solomon that was celebrated by the JMB government the other time, do you know him? Do you think he taught for God?
I don't know whether he made any prophecy about Liberia. If you have one, you can please let me know.
Didn't he say JMB will be president?
That's what I'm saying. Remind me.
I'm reminding you now.
What?
But the same man say Hillary Clinton will be president of America. She failed.
Did it come to pass? Anybody who speaks in God's
when he said Hillary Clinton will be president, I want him work here in America, but he said that's why you are celebrating him last year.
Standard of measurement here tonight. And God says, anyone who speaks in his name, if what he said God has said does not come to pass, he lied. We should not fear him. That's the Bible. So if you know about any prophet who prophesies about you or any other person, and the person said, God has said, if it does not come to pass, God has not spoken, the person lied. And the Bible says we should not fear such prophet. So if you know any prophet, whether it is me that say God has said, if it does not happen, I'm a lie. I could say, I think this will happen, per my analysis and my observation. But once I say God says, it must happen.
Okay. So anyway, I won't get myself into that because there are several documents, and this bishop, this apostle was being celebrated by the JMB government last year when he came to Liberia. He was the same person that said Hillary Clinton would be president of America. She did not become president. So sometimes it's I mean, you can how to call it, but prophetic deliverance is not an overnight deliverance, right? It takes a period of time. Is that true, Bishop?
Okay, so we have prophecy that the fulfillment is immediate, some is future. So if someone speaks, I'm looking at the scripture and I'm looking at the utterances. When Jeremiah prophesied against Israel, said, "Look, don't fight Nebuchadnezzar. You not win. Go, you'll be defeated." They did not listen to him. What he prophesied came to pass. But when he said people mock him and laugh at him, he did not come back to defend himself. But this man going question, he went back on his pulpit yesterday. I said this about Liberia, and they are saying this. But let me talk again. You talking or God talking? A prophet does not defend the prophecy. You leave it with God. If God has spoken, the Bible says God will watch over his word. Nobody can fight for him. So if I come and say, "Oh, God said this will happen to Liberia," you would mock at me, you put me in jail, beat me, I won't talk again because God will speak. So what I'm saying here is that if you prophesy and the people are judging your prophecy, just leave it, let's watch and see. So I'm saying to you, sir, mark it down today. He has spoken, he has prophesied. I am saying God did not speak to him. How can I prove that?
Yeah,
what he
so
said
there's this,
not
let me follow last with that, Bishop. There's this scripture in the Bible it was a conversation of a prophet in the Bible. He says that I'm paraphrasing it. We do not bring when someone speaks in the name of God, we do not bring them to public dispute. We listen that if that is what God will say, it will come to pass. If that not what God said, will not come to pass. So there's no reason for us to spend so much time having headache with it. Do you believe in that prophetic deliverance, Bishop?
That says what? Because what I have here is that God himself talking to you. Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 22. Let me read verbatim.
The Bible is bigger than Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 2. I'm talking to another prophet. When people came,
I'm just saying to you, God is saying here to us, when a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, or in capital, that means in the name of Yahweh, excuse me. If the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is not the thing which the Lord has spoken. But the prophet has spoken, he has spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him. Now, so how do we know a true prophet? When you speak, it's going to pass. I'll leave the documents here with the host here. These are prophecies from this man of God. Tons of them that are not going to pass. Both from Nigeria, ranging from sport, ranging from politics, crossing over to Liberia. So, but this litmus test, he has failed it. So Liberians should not fear what he said. Like Brother Kobe said, what we can do, we should walk, we should pray. Government should study her policies and see what she can do to improve the livelihood of the Liberians. Are things rough in Liberia? Yes. Are things tough in Liberia? Yes. Is Liberia worse than other African countries? No. At least we are better than some other African countries. We are not yet where we ought to be, but we are on a trajectory that we know if we change the system and work harder, it can be better. But to say that Liberians will suffer, they will struggle, and God has said that no. So if you come and say God has said that everything in Liberia is confused, it is not God, and nothing of such will happen to this country by the grace of God. Mark my word today.
Thank you, Bishop Carter. Jacob Jara, do you care to ask Bishop a question or react to what you're hearing?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment and probably ask a clarifying question. I don't want to go into all the Bible school thing and all of that, but I just wanted to know, because maybe let me make my comment first, then I'll ask a question, right? I listened to Bishop Konto and also listened to what he said, the Bishop of Nigeria said.
But I think some of the things that not all, but some of the things the Bishop of Nigeria said are factually correct. Especially when the Bishop talk about hard time in Liberia. There are hard times in Liberia. Are we going to deny that? We live in this country. We know there are a lot of suffering going on. People don't have jobs. A lot of people are stressed up. We go across the country, across communities, some all around the place. You run a congregation, you know there are a great deal of economic difficulties in the country. So I don't know what is wrong in the Nigerian people saying that there is suffering in the country. And then the argument about confusion. Of course, we are a confused country in many respects. Look at the way we make decisions on the budget. Look at the way we renege financing healthcare. JFK is lying right there in ruin. People go to JFK, no bed. You know, I go out the country all the time. You go to some of the hospitals in the counties, they are poorly funded. But then we take the resources and make people on Capitol Hill and legislators to live well and lavishly. You know, the Universal Library right there, nothing doing there, talking about all these schools. Is that how people who are not confused invest their resources? So I think we're a confused country. Why are we poor and destitute the way we are? Because we make confused decisions. Because we're confused. You see, why can't we stop being hypocrites? That's my problem I have with we Liberians. You know, I listen to the Bishop, and I think it's unfortunate. Bishop, you people, you know, are the conscience of the society. You should fear nothing. You know, you should be able to come and speak factually. The Bishop says something from Nigeria that are factually correct about the way we treat our country and the way we treat our people and the way we take decisions. We have $200 million in the budget. Instead of investing to solve electricity, we devalue more politicians and they go on holidays. How confused people behave. People who are not confused make the right investment in the country to benefit all Liberians so that we solve the poverty issue. So we don't expect if the Bishop Marco Francis or Marco Francis would not come make the kind of argument, he'll be very direct and say we're doing something wrong here. So I expect Bishop Contonet to find the courage. Your leader politics will be the politicians, and your spiritual people should find the courage to speak clearly. So for me, I think he's fair to the country to try to sweep that out of the carpet. And then the last one I wanted to ask about Mile about now he says that he's here to refute the other guy and said the guy was not speaking or not sent by God. So I don't know how did he arrive at that conclusion? You know, that the man was not sent by God. Is he speaking here as somebody who's speaking for God or not? So I'm confused about that because automatically I would say what a letter you brought from God to tell her that he asked you to speak for him. Then maybe that was some kind of evidence to make God to listen to you.
Is that a question for me? Okay, I did not bring a letter from God, but I brought God's word. I brought God's word that he said he's speaking for. And God has told us how we should judge those of us who say we speak in his name. They think it's just small, that's just simple ABC here. God has said his word. Paul said, if an angel from heaven or even us come to you with different gospel than what you have heard from us previously, he said, let us be anathema. It means let us be destroyed because nothing new is coming. What God has revealed is enough. So when you come in, listen, I have said it here, and I'll say it again. If that man has said from an analysis, Liberia will be this way, I surrender. But if he says God said, so you are saying to me that God told his man to tell us Liberians that we all are confused, including you, because you are Liberian. Dr. Richard said all them are. I mean, you are confused. Brother Phoebe is confused. He said everything in Liberia is confused. Spoon TV or Spoon platform Liberia is confused. Everything about us, including me, I'm confused. Our churches, our hospital, everything about the country is confused. Is that God speaking? No, it is not God speaking. Because guess what? Prophet warns, prophet rebukes, prophet encourages, prophet speaks about the future. Prophet looks at what God is saying about the people, because a prophet is the one who speaks the mind of God. Is he saying to me, this is the man of God concerning Liberia? The word of God says, don't speak evil of the leader of the people. For him to sit in Nigeria and speak about a president that carries the mandate of 5 point some more million people, that he is confused. It is an insult. And God's word did not give him that authority. So if he asked me what a letter I brought from God, the letter I brought from God is the Bible. And by using the Bible as the measure to measure his statement, he has fallen below the belt. And I'm saying here today, mark it down. There will be no coup in Liberia by the grace of God. We'll go for 6 years. 2029, 11 will decide for another person to go for 6 years. We'll have noise. We'll disagree. We'll have protest. These are normal. It's never about suffering. A miracle, you agree with me that a miracle is things are teaching around the world. So no prophet come and say God is saying to us as a people, generally, that we are all confused. I refuse it. It is not God speaking. I stand with my word.
Yes. So can I just welcome Kev and also Dr. Roblet? I see that you have your hands up. Chief Henry, do you have a comment? And then we'll go on to Kev and then Dr. Roblet.
Yeah, the bishop answered right. No, Jacob, the point the man talk about Liberia confused. There's no prophecy about that. Hardship in Liberia, that's not about prophecy. The hardship in Liberia now, it didn't start yesterday morning. So we experienced hardship during Madam Selita, Charles Silota, the water, Samuel Duda, Tobota, the Jowiata, hardship even grew. So there's nothing in that is prophecy. So to say, but he was specific on certain points, predicting coup d'etat, predicting that the government will fail, predicting to that, and he was specific, but also between now and 2029. So those were definite statements that he made. So first thing first, Liberians, where many Liberians, I'm not talking about those that the statement favor politically and they're happy because they think that if Liberia fail as a country, they will have a chance to come to power. So they will be celebrating such pronouncement against the country. But they're forgetting to know that when the sky fall down, all under the sky will definitely be the wrath of the sky where it drops. When the rain falls, the rain does not fall on one roof. It falls on all the roof in a particular time at the same time. So we have to be very objective to a point. There's a difference between prophecy and there's a difference between looking at the reality and making your own prediction. I think that's where Bishop Pluto is coming from. You see, and you say, if you, based on the trend of things that are happening, and you say, I think Liberia is heading this way based on the current trend. That makes sense. But when you say God said, that's a difference on it. God can speak to you, God can speak to me. God does not need to go to Nigeria to speak to a bishop in Nigeria about Liberia. He's in Nigeria. Boko Haram killing. When he made prediction, Nigerians are complaining about the president. When he made prediction about the hardship in Nigeria, the economy of Nigeria is going down. When he made the exchange rate, hardship in Nigeria. That's a different argument. That's a different point. He left Nigeria. The coal in their eyes there. He didn't see that when he come to Liberia to see the coal in your eyes. We're gonna be friends.
Thank you.
Can I make a 30-second point?
Just 30 seconds, and then we have to bring Kevin, Dr. Roblet. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I mean, I listen to Fubi where he's making a different point about speaking about Nigeria and all that kind of thing. That's not even the point. Now, somebody says this, the bishop of Nigeria saying he spoke to God or God spoke to him. Bishop Konto says the man didn't speak to God. I don't know whether you're working in God off your secretary or not. You're just telling what God said. If that man says this is what God said, what power, as far as I'm concerned, what authority somebody else have to come and say God didn't say that or God said that? So for me, that is a very mute argument about somebody coming to refute what God said and what God, that's they call one right here. That's a circular argument. We can tell right now argument for the next 100 years will not wrap for anything, right? Now, the point I am making here is that I can hear what Bishop Konto can say, but can he really refute what somebody said God said? The man didn't say Bishop Konto said, he said God said. So that's his views he expressed about hardship in the country. And he made a comment, he said hardship in the country. And I agree with what the bishop, what God told you or God didn't tell you. But that statement to me is factually correct. There's a lot of hardship in the country, right? Confusion. Are we confused in this country? Oh man, no country that look poor like this with a wealth of $1.7 trillion in natural resources, and still the fourth poorest country in the world is a country that are not confused. That any country that country is on the path of confusion, they're confused. I have no fear to say that. So for me, those two statements are factually right. We see the evidence of that on the ground. So again, I will conclude by saying that the man in Nigeria said God told him there's no way we can verify or counter verify. Bishop Konto is telling us there's no way I can take Bishop Konto's word for it because he has no evidence to prove to me. Is he going to show me something an email he brought from God office? What did he give me some kind of recording of God speaking to him, telling him that? So as far as I'm concerned, that argument is in the realm of speculation. We cannot verify that evidentially. On the concrete level, for me, the two things he said about hardship in the country, I stand by that for the evidence on the ground to prove that there's a lot of hardship in the country. So that's my point I'm making.
Can I say something?
Because, yeah, Bishop, go ahead. That's not prophecy to say hashing like brother, not prophecy.
I don't care whether it's prophecy or not. The main Nigeria say a prophecy, and I'm part of your prophecy. The main Nigeria say it is a prophecy. So you go argue with him, but I'm saying that whatever he said, two accounts, they're true.
Can I answer the question? Do we have standard that every institution runs by? As in a medical field, do we have standards that the medical field operate by? This era of journalism, do we have standards that we follow? In the era of psychology, do we have standards? I know the answer is a resounding yes. So if somebody comes from outside and want to introduce foreign thing in that institution, there are authorities that will say no. So if he asks me what I brought from God, I brought the Bible from God. And God is saying to us here that if the man has said, I think.
The man from Nigeria, they see Bible important.
If he has said, I think. And God is saying to us here, anybody who comes and say, I say, judge the man by what he is saying. If it comes to pass, that's true. If the person had lied before, then they are lying on me. I have tons of prophecies from past issues, activities from this man. Ranging from sports, ranging from his own Nigeria government, ranging from other nations that he said things will happen. It never happened. In Liberia case, he spoke his mind, not God. Let him say, I'm predicting, I'll surrender. But if he say God says, I am also saying to you, using the Bible. Because if a doctor comes and say, well, I want to give somebody printer ink as an injection. That will say, no. And according to our profession, you can't use that. This is the way you use. So as a preacher who also studied the Bible and led by the Bible, if someone comes and says something outside the Bible, I don't have to wait for God to bring that into correction. We are here. I'm saying again, 100%. He spoke his mind, not the mind of God. So say the Bible, not me.
Yeah. But if you were here now, you will argue with you with the same Bible. So where are we going with that?
Thank you. Jacob, the bishop is trying to make a distinction between a prophecy and a preacher man. So anyway, Kev, please come in.
Let me say hi to and everybody. Bishop, let me ask you a quick question before I go into some of the thing I want to ask. Just quick. President Bokai said he was ordained by God.
Will you please be a little bit audible?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
President Bokai said he was ordained by God to be president of this country. You believe that?
Now he's there?
Yeah, at the cabinet meeting.
Okay.
It was all over the country. Do you believe that?
What? Excuse me. He asked me a question. What I know is the Bible says we should obey the authority that be.
Because that's not my question I'm asking you. I'm not asking the authority. I'm asking you what President Bokai said.
Ask me yes or no jacket question. I'm not a child. So just give me to explain myself. Because if you say that Mr. President Bokai said he was ordained by God, I'm saying to you what I know for sure is that when a leader is voted for, God says once he is inaugurated and he takes power, God says that power is ordained by me. So say the Bible, not me again. Romans chapter 13. So if President Baka said he was ordained by God, well, you can ask him. But I know for sure, once you ascend to the presidency or any institution that you are elected or appointed to serve, God said every authority that comes to existence, he God. He is aware of that. He gives his blessing. Then he left the person to function according to the standard and principle of God. God can say, well, I approve you, go and walk, but you can do your own thing. God will still be God. Saul was anointed as king. He did his own thing, and then God took him. Also, President Baka said God anointed him to be president. Well, I can't say yes, I can't say no. Because what I know for sure is that the scripture says when you become leader, God said that leadership is of me. That's what I know.
So you come here and telling us that what this pastor said, an ordained pastor. So this pastor is not ordained by God.
No,
he is ordained by God.
He is ordained by God, but he lying on God.
Oh, so he only lying. President Baka saying the truth. Let me tell you something.
Well, I'm not heard President Baka. You quoting President Baka? I'm not heard.
Bishop, let me say this.
Yes.
Shame on you. Shame on you.
Is it what?
Shame on you.
To
come on this platform, to come
so
on
I said to you, I'll allow you to go with it.
Bishop,
I'm above you. So go ahead. I bought that thing.
Bishop,
come on. Kev, I'm sorry. I know you have.
I'm high above you in the discussion, so I'll agree for you to stand with that. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I didn't hear what you said, Dr. Richard.
No, just say let's just be respectful to our guests, especially
no, I'm
men of God.
Be respectful. Argue on that one.
The pastor came here to be a political pastor. He talked about the economy. He talked about Joseph Boakai is doing well. The country is moving. Dr. Richard said, the people are suffering. This pastor coming on this network and telling the Liberian people that the people are enjoying. The country is moving well. The country is in a perfect. You. And then I asked myself
on the platform tonight.
Pastor, let me finish. You will speak. I asked myself.
Don't misquote me. I'm still living. I'm here.
Pastor, can Kev finish talking? I'm going to give you the opportunity to respond, and then we'll go to Dr.
Bishop, that's why you suggested, yeah. So Kev is right. That's why you suggested.
So we have the Guinean who occupy Liberia soil, and you telling us that everything is going fine. Dr. Richardson, I'm not disrespecting him by saying shame on him, but shame on what he's saying. Woe unto him for that. Why the people are suffering? They're breaking down the homes of the people of our people. They're sleeping in cars. Women and children are sleeping, are homeless by the decision of Joseph Imam Boka. And this pastor is saying that is okay. I thought Jesus Christ would talk about the people. I thought Jesus Christ talk about our people who are suffering, the suffering masses. I thought that's what Jesus Christ came for. But for this pastor to look at that woman feeding her baby with her mattress behind her, don't know what to go, and this pastor says, okay. Dr. Richardson, I'm sorry, but woe unto him for saying that.
Thank you. Thank you for expressing your thoughts. Dr. Brupler.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson, and good evening to my friends and to Bishop Conte. Thanks for being on the show. I do want to expand the conversation a little bit. So, the Bible has a plethora of instances where God speaks difficulty, hardship, damnation upon his people. There's plenty in the Old Testament. The New Testament, Jesus himself said, in this life you have trouble. Be of good cheer, I've overcome the world. Jesus said there will always be poor people amongst us. So I want to start by establishing that God can say it's going to be difficult. But I also want to say that in Holy Scripture, God have what we call in translated from the Hebrew, God have repented or God have relented. There are plenty of times
God said something bad's going to happen, and then God changed his mind. So we understand it at our level. God repented and God changed his mind. You know, the flood narrative, the golden calf, you know, Amos' vision of destruction. God relented because God's essence is love. So I don't want to start by starting that. So somebody can't say something bad will happen and God told me. I just want you to know it's not out of the character of God. But every time God said that something bad is going to happen, it's because he wants to get our attention so something good can happen. And in those cases where God relented or God changed his mind, the people repented. Like the golden calf, God said, you know what? These people, I'm destroying them. Moses said, like your own people, yeah, I'm begging you. And then God relented. To say that we're suffering is not prophecy. To say there's hardship, that's not prophecy. Just look at something he said, that's not prophecy. I think the key thing here, and the bishop established that at the beginning, even though he went off to a lot of other things, I think the most important thing is the real test of whether a prophecy is true is whether it has come to pass. If it is still something pending into the future, then we all have to wait and see. But if this prophet has said X, Y, and Z, and none of them came to pass, then prophecy A, B, and C withdraw our skepticism because you have spoken before on the same presumed authority of God, but it did not come to pass. The good news for us in Liberia, this is why I really want to drive home. The good news for us in Liberia is that this, I don't care what God told this prophet, the fact that he's put it out, this is one of those prophecies, I'll put in quotation mark, that we as a people should use as a motivation, as a platform of determination, so God can change his mind. So let's just assume for the sake of the argument, God told a man all those things. Well, that's proven wrong. Can you see in modern history, it is easier to call a prophecy false than to call a prophet false. So false prophecy. So I'm believing that this is totally false prophecy, and we as Liberians have this wonderful opportunity to prove it wrong. The last thing I want to say, Dr. Francine, is that, you know, Bishop was trying to make the case, and in the process, he talked about the growth of, you know, growth. He compared growth rates, 5.1 in Liberia and then 4 point something in Nigeria, and he said we grew more than that. I wish he hadn't used that. That's false equivalency. Okay, Liberia is 5.4, 5.5 million people. Nigeria, 1 billion people. You cannot compare 5% growth rate. You juxtapose that with growth rate in Nigeria. There's no comparison. So I will leave the growth rate out. You can't say, oh, we did better than them, because their growth is way more expansive than ours because they're way bigger, they have more people. But other than that, the whole prophecy thing, I think as a nation, we need to focus and address our challenges and move forward. I wouldn't lose sleep over the prophecy of the man from Nigeria, but I would be challenged. To say, what is it he's saying that we want to prove him wrong? And let's be about it. Let's minimize poverty. Let's create more jobs. So tomorrow he'll be sitting there by himself, and Liberia will be moving right on to 2029 in peace and moving at least on the pendulum from poverty to prosperity. So it's a great opportunity. You know, things that can make you mad should make you motivated. At least that's how I see it. So there's an opportunity for us as Liberians. We'll be just fine, but not if we just sit and be dismissive of everything people say. But if we take it as a challenge and guess what? We'll prove you wrong. And this is a great opportunity to prove the man from Nigeria very wrong.
Thank you, Dr. Propela. So we're going to do our second round.
Okay.
We're just going to do our second round of comments. But Dr. George, did you have something you wanted to add since I added?
No, maybe I'll wait for the second. What I wanted to share with the bishop.
Okay, then can you just hold on? We'll just do our second round after food. I think we come to you. So well spoken again, Dr. Bartlett. I want to just sort of ask you a question, because I think I will speak, and then Fubi's going to speak, and then we'll go on. I'm struggling because Liberians tend to be jittery, or we tend to be so overly concerned about what this prophet prophesies about our country. I don't understand why. I really don't. Are we shaking in our faith as Liberians? So I don't know if you care to speak to that, because I mean, if we faithful and we're thinking about positive moves in Liberia, trying to make our country better, that is what should matter to Liberians. How can we make our country better? But here it is. We are so focused to the point that you are here today on a national platform for us to talk about what a prophet in Nigeria prophesies twice for Liberians. So every day prophets prophesies, and we are sticking on this one. What's going on with our faith in Liberia? What's going on with our people, Pastor Cantu, Bishop Cantu?
Okay, go ahead. Is that for Cantu or me?
For Cantu, it was to Bishop Cantu, and then
Okay.
when we get to you, Dr. Brugler, if you can answer that. Yes. Why we focus on this? What the prophecy of this prophet in Nigeria, Bishop Cantu? What's going on with the faith of Liberians?
That question is directed to me?
Yes.
Thank you. Why we are taking this very serious? Bible says life and death are in the power of the tongue, and those that love it will eat the fruit thereof. God used words to create this world we live in today. That originally, if I come to your house and stand at your door and said, you will suffer, your children will suffer. When you get in a car, you go, something happened to you. Hey, don't let it slide away. You have to come back and rebuke and cancel what I have spoken. This man were not prophesying. Replay the tape. Liberian will suffer. It will not be well with them. From 2029, it will be confusion. I even see cool coming. God was not speaking. We will never. Why I'm so concerned is we will never sit in this country and allow someone to come and speak negativity over our nation. No, God did not speak to him. He was speaking his mind, and we are, for me, Bishop Kondo, I send it back to him 100-fold. His church will suffer, he will be confused, and it is who will take place in his church, not in Liberia. So why are we concerned? Because he has spoken words over our nation that is not from God. So send it from him, will you send it back to him? That's what I'm concerned.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just respond to you, and we'll go to Fubi Hendricks. That if anyone stood in front of my door and said those words to me, that would be your words. I would probably get in my car and just drive to work and laugh all the way or do something, but I don't take those things as seriously. But thank you. I understand what you're trying to say. Chief Fubi Hendricks.
Yeah, I agree with Bishop Kanto. Bishop, when the man asking for God email again, God's telephone number, they ain't call God directly. Saying you want to know what God spoke to you. But on a serious note, if people make negative comments about you or pronouncement about you, your life, it's not good to just brush it aside and walk away.
No.
And you can choose to confront them, but don't accept any negative pronouncement on you, because words have weight. And if you accept it, it might happen. If you let it be and you ignore it, it might also happen. But you have the power to also turn every negative situation that is pronounced on you around. Even dreams, you have dreams that are scary, that give you a negative. You can also turn your dreams around, because some dreams comes true. So you can also go back in the dream state and turn it around. There are spiritual exercises to solve some of those problems. So people have to learn, we live in both the war of duality, both the physical and the spiritual. So we shouldn't ignore some of those thoughts. But as a country, I know we are Bishop, anybody tell you you're looking for a job, there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody here looking for a job one way or the other. Running for public office is not a crime. You got a free way to run, and you should exercise it anytime you wish to. So don't feel embarrassed about that, and don't feel, you know, everybody, we are all affected by politics. So we must all get interest in politics, because politics can even stop people going to church. You saw the coronavirus time. Politics even stop you and even decide what kind of God you worship, what kind of religion you belong to. In some countries they don't tolerate any religion. That's politics. And so when people speak negatively, condemn them. Don't just let it slide. As a nation, we know this particular pronouncement from a Nigerian guy favors certain group of people, you know, politically. So they will come here and tell you you are confused, and tell you shame on you, and tell you you are political bishop, because for them, this is what they want for Liberia. They want Liberia to be confused. They want more hardship in Liberia. They don't want Liberia to succeed as a nation. They don't want anything good about Liberia, because they will see that as an opportunity for them to come to power. And they were in power, we saw the same hardship in the country. Worse than this, you know? So when you say also the country making some progress, yes, you can see there are some progress and there are some challenges. We're not saying that just shut up. You know, there are issues about Liberia that we have to be confronted with. You know, people sit here, they were clapping, they were happy with all the hardship in Liberia. People couldn't find food to eat, people never had jobs. I went on the field campaigning. There were people that live in dirty water, their homes filled with trash for feces, water. I experienced that. People couldn't even find food. People knock on your door on a daily basis to ask for support. That was a regime, and some of them were okay with that because they were having daily bread on a regular basis with the same people suffering. So the suffering in Liberia is not proper. It's not prophecy. So nobody can come and tell me, say, I prophesy hardship in Liberia. We've seen it. We have lived it. We have experienced it. So that's reality. But our government has to work towards solving the economic challenges. That's my own take to the government. You know, people make the pronouncement, just work towards solving the economic challenges, because that's why the government was elected. All power inherent in the people, all free governments are instituted by the authority and for their benefit. So when people are not benefiting from a regime, they will have all the kind of negative things to say. But we understand the political dynamic between the opposition and the ruling party. Thank you.
Thank you, Phoebe. And I meant what I said earlier is that I will use the time somebody take to come and talk negativity to turn that around in my personal life, because I have a personal relationship with God. Nobody can come and tell me how God is supposed to behave. So that's what I wanted to react in my life. I know myself better. So thank you. Emmanuel, Dr. George, could you please come in?
Yeah. I will start on this note. Ezekiel chapter 26, verse 1 to 14. The prophet Ezekiel prophesied that the king Nebuchadnezzar was going to raid and destroy Tars. In Acts chapter 21, 3 to 4, the apostle Paul testified that did not happen. Is Ezekiel a false prophet? In Jeremiah chapter 18, 7 to 10, the scripture is very clear that prophecies can be based on conditions. They are conditional prophecies. When I used to work in studying the Bible and had to travel around the world for conversations, there are numerous texts in the Bible that historically, that you have to study deeper to understand certain historical significance about them, that you don't find these historical facts going around it. So that's the reason why it's difficult to come on the platform to start talking, this bishop say, this bishop say.
Yes.
So I'm not going to get myself into bishop arguments, because even the Bible itself had some prophetic situation that did not come to pass because they were based on conditions. But this is what I'm going to state, Bishop. The population of Nigeria, the last time I was with them, was over 350 million people. If one Nigerian speak to a situation in Liberia for you and Fubi, I don't normally mention name, to come and part on comparison, you can never compare Nigeria to Liberia anytime. I wrote somewhere, when Nigerians were sending ECOMOS soldiers to Liberia and they were dying there, when Nigeria put over $2 billion of their own money into Liberia, did we tell them, take your money back to your country? You don't have anything to say in our country? We did not. But whenever someone says something for Nigeria, you all come and bash 300 and something million people because one person has made a remark and you want to do comparison. I don't even know whether you have traveled. I have traveled extensively in Nigeria. And to be very honest with you, Bishop, we are way behind Nigeria. We are way behind. And if someone is saying something, I agree with Dr. Brobler on this thing. We should look ourselves as a people. When people speak to us, we want to come and say, go to your country like this, your own country like that, your own country like this. I live in the US. I go to Dallas in the day, I see people sleeping under the bridge, homeless. So when I talk, somebody will say, oh, go to your homeless country, when they send billions to your country to survive. We have not reached that. Let's take this as an opportunity to be able to tell ourselves as Liberians that we need to, people are suffering in our country. Things the government do, as Jacob said, is confusing. Why they make decisions they make. And I've not seen you. I don't know whether you have done it in your church. I've not seen you coming on this station and say, oh, the $10 million FOIA project, we should be speaking against it. The issue of not giving Liberians contract in their own country, but giving it to a foreigner who is making plank, how do you call it, lesson place for us. We should be speaking against that. But I just want to encourage you. You don't have to answer because it's not a question I'm asking. If you have problem with Ezekiel or Ayodele, I think that's his name. I don't know him, Ayodele. Speak to Ayodele. Don't come and start lambasting and degrading over 350 million Nigerians because you have issue with one person and say, go back to your country and go solve the problem there. So hopefully we'll grow from looking at our truth as a country and develop our country from our truth and our situation. And when people speak things, it's painful, but we should be able to build ourselves out of that pain and develop ourselves out of the painful remarks they make. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. George. We're basically talking. I didn't get a chance to recognize Wilfred Ngura. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome to Spoon. The next in line was Jacob Jala, I believe. And then did Honorable Jacob, did you say something, Honorable? And then we'll just give Honorable Koluba the opportunity to speak before we move on with the rest of the people. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can I speak now?
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Koluba.
Okay, thank you. You see, I listened to the bishop very well. You know, that's a deception that people come with that I don't like. The bishop in his church, people put offering, people pay their tithe, but the bishop is saying my church is in Broadville. Does he own a church or it is the people church? He pastor a church, your bishop or a church. That people pay their money, their tax, people pay their tithe, people pay their offering. Most of the pastors and bishops, like 50%, they will say my church, to say the people church, the church of God is my church. That's a deception we talk about. It's my church. Where are we heading to? When bishops, pastors, imams were in this country, Liberia, when the Supreme Court ruled, they left from there to go honor Rachel Kuhn. Look, sometimes I don't like to hear pastors and bishops talking. I get irritated when I hear them. because they are not in the interest of the people that go to the various churches. Is the country okay? We say no. Are people suffering? We say yes. Is the economy bad? We say yes. But the bishop is saying nothing like that. Even in the bishop church, people in the church now even voted for him. He should be investigating himself to find out why in my church people not voted for me. If you're pastoring a church and your own people cannot vote for you from your church, that doesn't mean you cannot be a pastor. You cannot have a congregation that you cannot even convince. But you want to convince us? We know very well the country hard. We know very well the rule of law is being disrespected. The pastor came on the show like what a minute, Joseph Kaba did. Joseph Kaba only went in the rules, in our rules book, and told something that he could use to justify why he ruled the way he ruled. So the pastor went in the Bible and told something that he will use to justify why he must criticize another man of God. Man of God, you know you and myself, right after your place, you know I got property right after your place. By the time you cross the train track, you claim a hill, after the graveyard, ask anybody around there and say, where you get your property, they will show you the place. You need to be careful, man of God. When you come on this show as a bishop or as an imam, you come to speak for your people. But instead, everybody on the show know all the pastors, all the imams are appointed on posts. Where are the people that come into your church? Or you enjoying your people suffering? Then you call yourself pastor, you call yourself imam. In my mind. So
can you just in about a minute.
Okay, so in my mind, I'm concluding. In my mind, your bishops, pastors, imams, the capital building, like I always say, are the liberal problem. As long as you advocating for your people that come, some people ain't get food to their house to pay to eat, but they take their money, start going put offering in the church. You take the poor offering, go run campaign with it, and it's called yourself man of God. It's very embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Koluba. We'll now go on to Jacob Jala. Jacob, can you? Oh, did he leave? Okay. I think Jacob left us. And so it was
the prophecy Jacob entered there.
Kef Hassan. Can you please share your thoughts? And then we're gonna go to Mr. Isaac Joe, and then of course, no, Kef Hassan and Bishop. I'm Dr. Brooklyn. Doctor, I give you Bishop title to Dr. Brooklyn, and then Isaac Joe, and then Wilfred Ben Guerra. Thank you.
Okay, Bishop, I think this one you will answer and be truthful to the Liberian people. Can you tell us about the dealing with the Korean men that sue you for you taking his money, his cars, and everything, and sue you for robbing him? Can you talk? Can you speak about it?
Is that a question to me?
Yeah, I think you should shut up.
Okay.
Is that the line of discussion for tonight?
Bishop, can you speak on the robbery case between you and the Korean man?
Because that's not what I came here for. Invite me, and another time I'll come and speak on it.
But you don't. You are okay. Let me say this.
Okay.
Dr. Richard said this bishop was charged for robbery. He took the Korean man's vehicle, and he turned him around. They went to court, and he was guilty of that. So he's a shitty. I would not call him bishop. I would call him a politician, because will not go against a bishop, because people are men of God. So I would just talk to him as a politician, because he ran under the Unity Party ticket in 2023. So he's not supposed to be as a bishop. He's here as a politician. So I wanted people to know exactly what he did, because a bishop should not be robbing another person. So that's a shady behavior of him. So he's not an honest man on this platform. He's a politician. He came here to back the government. So the Liberian people should know that he's not playing. So he's not a bishop. He's a politician.
Thank you, Ken.
But he afraid to speak on case that went against him. Case that went against me. You're afraid to speak on it. So you should speak on it. So
Bishop,
he don't have no moral rights. That basically he don't have no moral right to question the pastor because of his shady past.
Okay. Bishop Cantu, do you care to react or respond to what Kev has said? If not, we can move on to Dr.
No, I'm not interested in anything what he has said.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Parkland, you heard what all of us have said so far. What's your thoughts?
Thanks, Doc. I actually said what I wanted to say. I don't have much more. I would yield to my friend Wilfred, because I think Wilfred has spoken yet. So I'm okay for now.
Okay, good. Wilfred Benguer, can you please speak? And then we're going to go. I'm sorry. Let's go to Isidore. And then from Isidore, we'll go to Wilfred, okay? Sorry, because Isidore, even though Dr. Burrow is using his time, but let's go to Isidore.
Well, thank you. And hi, everyone. Bishop, nice talking to you. Can you allow me to address you as a politician today or not as Bishop? I do respect your men of God side of life, but I want us to talk as politicians here, since, of course, you are speaking as politician. Bishop, you did not see, and you weren't concerned at all of any suffering when the children from MCC were dismissed and lose their livelihood. You weren't concerned at all. You weren't concerned at all when over 700 people from the Ministry of State were dismissed, that they lose their jobs, no money. Apparently, you didn't see no suffering at all. You weren't concerned when turning position people were fired by this government. You had no concern. Not at all. I'm sure you are not concerned to know that innocent children are behind bars at the Monrovia Central Prison almost 2 years from fire incident issue from the Capitol building. Be sure you are not concerned. And here's my first question, because I have two. Kev tried to ask you, but apparently I want to look at it the other way. Bishop, in 2016, you were accused, arrested and charged, sent to jail and free on bail. From, according to the crime sheet, economic sabotage, theft of entrusted property from a Korean trading company. That case dragged on until 2022. You were rearrested and sent to prison for 3 days. Again, you were free on bail. Why should Liberian trust you?
Is the question for me?
That's my first question. And it's okay, we can answer it.
Thank you so much. I'm here tonight to tell the Liberian people that a statement that was made by a prelate from Nigeria concerning our country and the presidency, when he said it came from God, I'm here to tell the Liberian people they should not fear him. I'm not saying things are not rough in Liberia. I'm not saying everything is fine. I'm saying tonight we have challenges. I'm saying we have tough time, but I'm saying also that we are not where we were, and I think we are moving somewhere if we improve ourselves. I'm here tonight to tell the Liberian people that they should not go ahead and think otherwise, that there will be coup d'etat in this country. No, we will sail up to 2029, and the Liberian people will decide the next person to lead this country for the next 6 years.
And I really would never, I would never.
If you have issues concerning what you just is available, invite me next time, and that will be my focus point. My focus point here to tell the Liberian people they should not fear anybody, that war will come, that we will suffer, we will struggle until up to 2029. I refuse that. So I'm here.
Thank you, sir.
That's my concern here tonight.
Thank you. So you couldn't give a confidence response on why people should trust what you've just said right now, looking at what has transpired with you in the past. No, it's okay, Chief. You have answered now.
I said that
what they are
Okay,
saying. It is
let me ask my second question, please.
Why you are going back and forth? My issue is very simple as ABC. I am not saying to you here. I hear people saying that like Bishop Kono say things are fine, everything's okay. No, I did not say that. Thank God the recording is here. I'm saying to you, you cannot tell me that God told you that Liberia is confused. Liberians are confused. The president is confused. He should resign. There'll be coup d'etat. I'm saying to you, mark it down today, by the grace of God, Liberia is not confused. Things are not as we expected to be, but we are not where we were before. It is
so,
not.
Chief, can I? Yeah, thank you. You have said that. Let me just ask my second question.
It's only because I'm using the word of God that said to him.
Bishop, tell us about your record.
Please, let's do that.
Yeah, let me ask my second question now, so we move on.
Isaac, let me just ask the bishop Bishop, I'm sure you're listening to Isaac. He said, didn't hear you speak when all of these horrible things were happening in Liberia. He didn't hear you speak. And he's also questioning your credibility on this show. Like, what makes you the one to say that the prophet in Nigeria shouldn't speak about how confused Liberia is and how Liberia should suffer when you yourself have credibility issue? That's what
exactly.
What I'm saying is why should you trust me? Why I think I have the right to question what he's saying? I am using the word of God. If the bishop has said, no, I don't know why we are finding it difficult. If you come in the medical field, for example, you say I'm a doctor, and you are saying something outside of the medical field, shouldn't be called to question to know what you're saying? So shouldn't I use the Bible to question? So if I'm just saying, brother, I say, and those of you that want to know, if this is your concern, the platform is here. I'm always available. Say the time, say Bishop Kono, we heard this about you. What they say, can we know? I'm not going to doubt it. I'm not going to go here and there. I'll be available.
Thank you, sir. Let me just ask my last question. So I heard you say repeatedly that God did not tell this man, God didn't say it. I'm not sure if you've been appointed as the secretary of God to know what God actually told people or not. But here's my question. I want to believe, as a man of God, your public and private life is directed by God's direction. God tells you what to do before you move. That's why before you take any decision, I want to believe, as a man of God, you do pray, God speak to you, and then you move on. You contested 2016. Why did you disrespect God to go and contest when God didn't tell you to go and contest?
Thank you. Politics.
Sorry, 2023.
Yeah, I'm coming. The issue here is, what is politics about? What is religion about? It is so much disheartening. And when I hear people talk about why should man of God enter into politics, it's simply because probably someone have not yet understood. Politics comes from the word political. It means the affairs of the people of
That's not the question he asked you, man. We know that.
Can you please allow me to talk? It has what they have to do with the affairs of the people. Politicians are people that you speak for the people, for the welfare of the people. A man of God, it is not a crime for a man of God to contest political office. If you can show me a Bible verse that forbids that.
No, sir, it's not a question that I ask you, though.
If you ask me why I contested when God did not speak to me.
No, I mean, why did you disrespect God to contest when God did not? Because if you had contested based on God's direction, you have won. You just said anything a man of God says that God tells the person who come to pass. So you went in the race, you didn't win. God didn't tell you, because unless you want to tell God told you to go and run.
If you can show me that recording or that paper that I said to people that God will contest, show it to me. So,
so God did not tell you as a man of
it's not a sin against God. Get us clear tonight. A man of God to contest the America you claim that you are in. They are pastors, they are reverend in politics. It is not a sin against God.
I'm not claiming that I'm in America. I didn't claim it.
Wherever you are.
Okay, guys. Prophet Kura, please come in. Any questions or thoughts or comments that you have about our topic at hand, which is about the prophet that is in Nigeria that said that that Liberians are confused. We are going to suffer, and President Buckeye will have a coup d'etat on his hands shortly. So, any thoughts about that, or you want to ask Bishop Kantu a question?
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much for the show. Thank you for an excellent moderation of the show. It's great to see you. You're looking great, by the way. And it's good to see Bishop P. Manasseh Kantu. I've heard about this great man of God. It's a great pleasure to see you tonight on the show. I'll be looking forward to meeting with you in person. I followed your works and your dedication to the things of God and advancement of God's church on earth. You are an excellent person. Bishop, we would like to state emphatically that do not, pay heed to people who will try to throw mud on your reputation or on your character because you are not siding with the so-called prophet from Nigeria. This is politics, and I know you have a very thick skin for that. If you were praising that prophet, that so-called prophet, oh, the guys would have been healing you. Oh, Bishop Kantu is the best bishop. Oh, we love the anointing from Bishop Kantu. But tonight, because you're standing up for the truth and for the word of God, the office which you represent, you listen to what they're saying. This is the kind of contradiction we have in the guys from the opposition community. Do not mind them. Here are my thoughts, Dr. Richardson. When I listen to the so-called Nigerian bishop, I looked at him and decided to look him up. And I realized a lot of things about him. Very shocking. This man has been prophesizing events, and those things have been failing. They have failed miserably. Remember, he prophesied that Kamala Harris would have been the president of the United States. He went on to say that Donald Trump will bring chaos and people should watch out for Donald Trump, and Donald Trump should be careful. He will not win the election. Kamala Harris will win the election. Did that happen? It never happened. This man prophesied. Even a football match, he told his home country, that a certain player, I forgot his name, should not play at all. If he does, Nigeria is not going to win. The man should not even feature in the game. The squad didn't even listen to him. They realized that this same fake prophet is here again to say some sort of rubbish. They didn't listen to him. That guy whom he said should not even participate in the match, that guy went on to score the winning goal for Nigeria. You know the records. What a shame. This man went on again to prophesy that, Ebola is going to come back. Can you imagine? He said Ebola will come back. There'll be a resurgence of Ebola, and people in Nigeria will die, etc., etc. What happened to that? Ebola did not come back. No, Ebola is in Nigeria. Says Nigeria was declared Ebola free on October 20th, 2014. Nigeria is Ebola free. Oh, Boko Haram will wreak havoc on South North Nigeria. All kinds of nonsense. Those things did not come to pass. But when he looked at our country and said there will be a coup, I really thought that he overstepped his bound. Bishop, you will know this even more than a lot of the panelists. You remember in Numbers that prophecy about Balaam when the king of Moab, Balak, hired Balaam to give prophecy to curse Israel.
Yeah.
Yes, he said, go ahead and curse Israel. Initially, Balaam said, no, I'm not going to curse the people of God. But he said, I'll give you money. Take this money and go curse them. And Balaam decided to take financial inducement to curse the children of Israel. Every word he spoke went against him. Do you remember that, Bishop? So when I looked at what this man said, I remember these stories, these biblical stories, the warning against false prophets. They will come in sheep's clothing, but they are ravenous wolves. And they will come and take the word of God and skew it, imbue it with their own meaning, their own wisdom, their own understanding. And you know, in homiletics, it's called eisegesis.
That's it.
It's a practice whereby you force the scripture to say what you want it to say.
Exactly so.
You force the scripture to say your preconceived, dastardly notion. You want to force the word of God to say that. This is not how prophets behave. Prophets are called by God. They are inspired by God, instructed by God to preach the full counsel of God without financial inducement, without political inducement, without political wish hunting, without any wishful thinking. This man does not fit in any of these categories. He has the audacity to sit in Nigeria and say that Liberia will be a coup d'etat. What nonsense. What utter nonsense. And look, regardless of what party we come from, this is something we must condemn. And I commend people like Amara Conan from the opposition community and other people who have stood up. And I know that the so-called opposition we have on the set, we're not like that. Oh, they want us to say, yeah, there will be coup d'etat. Oh, yes.
Okay.
You know, there will be difficulties.
Thank you.
Yes. Things will be tough. Things will be difficult. But let me just conclude on this note by saying,
okay, thank you.
Dr. Richardson, can I just lay on my thought? Because I
Yes,
listen to
30
people.
seconds. Wilfred McGregor, 30 seconds. I've been giving you a lot of time tonight because
You're so kind. You're so kind.
I don't want
Thank you.
people to
Appreciate
say I got a personal thing with you. So just go ahead, but you got
Well,
30
no,
seconds.
we will certainly never have anything personal. But thank you very much. You are a great moderator of the show tonight. So we want to say
My son, I've
to
been bought up for more than 15 minutes now. I'm
Yeah, I
confused.
see. And I said, told you I call me Jeff, not only complete.
No,
I said, don't you call me
Dr.
Jeff?
Richardson is the new starter. So as a
Don't tell you say you talking too much. I give you too much time. So there we go.
That I don't mind Isaac. Isaac spoke a lot because but we want to say here tonight, Bishop, we thank you for the courage, the fortitude to come on this show and stand up for the gospel. You represent the gospel, the full counsel of God. This nation under God shall continue to rise. This nation shall continue to prosper. This nation, under the direction and presidency of Justice Yuma Boakai, shall see no dark days, shall see no doomsday.
Thank you,
We
Wilfred.
shall see only prosperity. And what the Nigerian prophet is prophesying shall return to them in hundredfold. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson, and everybody else. I'll be looking forward to the next topic. Thank you.
But Wilfred, you confused though. You know that Boko Haram
This is not your
is
time to speak.
You know Boko Haram
Unless you
is
want to fire, then
active.
we'll prepare for that.
Causing
But this is
havoc.
not your time to
You
speak,
know
Jeff.
Ebola. You know Ebola
Jeff, this is not your
routed
time to
in the
speak. When
Congo.
you say
I'm sorry, guys.
this is not your time to speak, Jeff.
Bishop Kante,
You have to be tolerant.
thank
What's the problem tonight?
thank
No,
you
where are
very
you
much for being here,
confused?
Bishop Kante. Can you please tell us your closing comments? And you can please speak to what many of the panelists are saying, that Liberia can prove this bishop wrong by focusing on our economy, making sure that we are following the rule of laws, we are making sure that we are creating jobs and people are being employed, that we can prove this. This is how you turn things around. Okay. It's not just taking this prophecy that the bishop said, who's in Nigeria. I mean, this prophet that the prophet said who in Nigeria, but also turning things around. So can you please give us your parting comments? Because we would like to continue to show there's other interesting things that happen in Liberia.
Thank you so much again. I want to say a very big thank you to the CEO and you and the entire team. Quickly, I want to say that a prophet means job is to speak the mind of God concerning his will for his people, rebuke, correct, foretell, and then call the people to repentance and provide solution to the problem that will bring repentance and obedience to God. I also want to close here by saying that for him to have said that God told him that the president of a nation that has over 5 million people is confused, it is a lie. God did not say so. I refuse that in Jesus' name. That the economy is confused. Someone said, how can you compare the economy of Nigeria to Liberia? I know I cannot compare. I'm saying to you, the economy that you said is confused by the grace of God is making some strides. That was said. I'm very simple here tonight. I'm not saying that everything is bread and butter in Liberia is fine. We get challenges, but we are making some strides by the grace of God. I'm going to also say that Liberia as a country is not confused. It is a lie. God did not speak through him. And I want to send that back to him in Jesus' name. There will be confusion from now to 2029. It is a lie also. It will not happen by the grace of God. We will have misunderstanding, but this country will move forward by the grace of God. And if he speaks about confusion, it is his home, his house, his church that will have confusion, not Liberia. I also want to close by saying that he said the president is tired. I saw a president falling. Now a president. You all saw the video. Not President Boga. I saw one president falling. You know the president I'm talking about. The president should resign. Who told you that the president should resign? It is God saying that to him. It's a lie. There will be coup d'etat in Liberia. Is that what God said to him? It is a lie. In conclusion, God is with Liberia. We are not where we ought to be, but we are not where we used to be. We are going forward. To the government, try your best. Talk about the bread and butter issue in our country. Let's post our hand together. Let's revisit our policies and make Liberia a better place. And I know this is going to move forward. There will be no more war in this country because we all want to see the good of Liberia, including the opposition, that work together. Thank you so much, and God bless you. More Liberia.
Real quick, 5 seconds. 5 seconds on that.
5 seconds, Dr. Brother.
Yeah, 5 seconds. Bishop, thank you for being here tonight. I was the one who mentioned the comparison in the growth rate. You did say that Liberia had a 5.1 growth rate versus Nigeria, who was a smaller number, you said, so we did better. All I was saying is, no, that's not better, because 1% growth rate in Nigeria is bigger than 50% growth rate in Liberia. It impacts way more people. The multiplier effect is way greater, and it has economic. That's all I was saying.
Confused. This Bishop confused.
Thank you very much, Bishop Canto. We look forward to having you back on the program where
Always,
you pressing things, other pressing things in Liberia. Thank you so much. We're gonna have Diamond exchange seat with you, and Diamond's gonna probably take over the moderation of the show.
Thank you. Thank you, Kennedy Kontu. Thank you, Kennedy Kontu. Kennedy Kontu, thank you.
Hey, for your piece. We have not seen you for a while. Where you been at?
Thank you, Dr. Chenoweth, for allowing me a moment. Yeah, I've been quite busy. Back and forth. I just got back to the United States a couple of days ago. I was in Nimba, in the butchers where there were no network. But I'm glad to be back in the United States. I'm glad to be back on the show.
Welcome. What you be doing the butchers in Nimba?
I tell you,
I mean, you want to tell us you go America, small no go America back or Fangalo, get your chance, yeah. That already, you know, tomorrow is my birthday, right?
Yeah,
tomorrow is my birthday, so please tell the Fangalo man to give me a chance. You know, I should be the one having my day here, not he the one coming here to be disturbing. But man,
tomorrow night. I said congratulations. I wish you a happy birthday. Hopefully we can meet up soon and celebrate a birthday.
Yeah. I mean, when I come America, I will come look for you. But your political candidate from District 6 just left.
Leave the pastor alone. Leave the pastor alone.
Okay, please, let's do one round of final thoughts as we wait for Diamond to take seat and also escort the bishop out of the Spoon compound. So, you know, I think I want to agree and side with everyone who spoke about improving our country. Basically, I don't like to get into, you know, wars with Bishop because I know greater is he who is in me. My God is in me. And I don't like to play like that. But, you know, I want us Liberians to prove the Bishop wrong, as many of you have already said, by making our country a better place for all of us, okay? So that I won't get excited when T1 can come to the street and say, I am America, you know? So and you'll be able to get network, even if it's in the bushes of Nimba, right? That's right.
Hopefully, yeah.
So let's go to Fubi. Fubi, your thoughts, their final thoughts, even though Damon is in his chair right now. And Damon, you can also stop us at any time. I was just kind of playing around a little bit, making sure everybody get a final thoughts. So Fubi, just maybe 1 or 2 thoughts, 20 seconds, and we'll go like that until Damon can take over and we'll move on to the next conversation.
Yeah, it's a good topic. I know the whole stuff is politically charged. So these sedition want to flip the coin around, but it will not stop. They are happy to hear negative things about Liberia because once negative pronouncements are made for them, that's a political campaign for them. So they're okay with such statements. Liberia will fail, there will be coup d'etat, the president confused. Those are the words of seditions. They are happy for those kind of words, so they will be celebrating. That's why you see them there trying to talk about leaving the topic and talking about you were jailed before, economic sabotage. Another discussion tonight. Call the man another time to discuss economic sabotage. You got a lot of your guys in court today for the same economic sabotage, but you are beyond them singing praises to them, calling them brave men, calling them witch hunt. But the pastor, the bishop, talking about the topic, you won't flip it around and talk about he been compromised, we didn't trust him. Because the Nigerian men spoke on your behalf, so we should trust that one. We should be okay that yes, Liberia is doomed, Liberia is going to fail, the economy is bad. Like we even call him failed economic prophecy. Everybody knows. You guys were there, we all criticize, we condemn the government, we could say all the negative things about the government for the same hardship in the country. Then that us how to respond to the man, which only talk to the man one. The man talk to a whole country. Then you when I respond to the whole country, but no, we respond to him the way we feel. You can't tell the only direct our comment to him alone. No, that we disagree with that. He spoke negatively about Liberia. He said it right in Nigeria. And all the negative things happening there. They got fewer, they got oil, they are reaching oil, but they struggle to get people for their vehicles.
Because
those are issues. So we make those kind of comparison. So you want to make the kind of rules, also bring it out. Like the hardship in
Fubi, sorry, but we have to move to other topics quickly. Sorry for muting you. I bet you weren't hearing me. Guys, so we have Bishop Konto on the show. That was for us to set the pace, to hear from him and then set the pace to what transpired today. We all do know that the government of Liberia sent an official complaint to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, complaining this Nigerian bishop. What was posted on social media is clearly being established that was a fake purported communication coming from the Nigerians, which is clearly, it has been authenticated to its fullest that communication doesn't represent the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So we will stick to Liberia's complaints, we'll stick to Liberia's complaints quickly. We've already spoken extensively about the prophetic part. Let's go now to the political part. So I'll begin the conversation with you, Dr. Richardson, and then we'll move around the table quickly. Just 5 minutes, 10 minutes max to discuss this because there are other issues that we need to discuss before we go off at 12 midnight our time. Dr. Richardson, did all of this warrant an official complaint from the Liberian government against an individual in Nigeria from your own analysis? And that question goes all around politically. Did we need to do that as a country, reporting this bishop and his perceived or his prophecy that he said, Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, I'm consistent with what I said earlier. I don't know why we are even talking about this to this extent. We got so many other important things to do in our country to bring our country up to par to regional development or worldwide development. But here we are talking about this prophet, this man prophet, this, that. No, let's work to make our country better. And so I stand to say that personally, I don't even know what the issue is, really. I won't even pay attention to that prophecy. Thank you.
Thank you. So move around. Was it Fubi was the second person prior to Dr. Richardson? Fubi, quickly, your take on this. Did the government need to complain a Nigerian citizen writing that communication to Nigeria about what was said, the wordings and everything? Did we need to do that?
So for me, that was irresponsible from the foreign ministry. There's no need to even respond as a government to a Nigerian, pastor that stands on a pulpit to preach. And some of those things, I don't think it didn't require that. If it was somebody, if it was a Nigerian government official that was making an official threat against the nation, that's a different issue. But you can't go report the bishop because he spoke and said God told him to. You can't take him to court to prove that was what he said. So you just leave it with those of us that's on the different network to deal with him on Facebook, and he got the feedback. He got the feedback. That's why he responded yesterday. He came back yesterday with a rebuttal. So that's how you do it. But to write as a government, I think that was irresponsible. I didn't expect that from our foreign ministry. Something there, let the people deal with it, man. The backlashes he got from the citizens, I think, were enough messages for him. Even though our CDC, they were happy that they had to go and write fake letter. I should have crafted that letter that I posted for Nigeria.
Thank you, Fubi. Let's move to Honorable Yeke Koluba. Subsequently, we'll come to you, Dr. George, Kef Hassan, Dr. Borple, and T. Honorable Koluba, Liberian government to complaints to Nigeria about its citizens' prophecy.
I think the government is very less busy to do that because we got important issues. Mr. Bwaka claimed that Guinea is occupying a land that is not owned by them. That strength, that ability they got, that courage they got to write the Nigerian government, they should have taken that courage, muster that courage to write the UN to complain President Doumbouya. But instead of complaining President Doumbouya, according to Mr. Bwaka, Doumbouya put his people on the liberal land. He didn't take the courage to write UN, ECOWAS, EU, and other people, but instead he's responding to an individual, to a country that only made a statement. I think it's regrettable to find a government that is very, very less busy. Because if Mr. Bwaka, if Joseph Bwaka means well for this country, he will be writing UN, telling them that President Doumbouya put his military people on liberal property. But like I've been saying, the property that Guinea on is owned by Guinea, and the Liberian people also know.
So he's still saying about that statement that got you expelled from the House of Representatives. He's still saying about that statement. So
I can answer now.
Yes, sir.
I'll stand by that statement on that. I can revoice it. And let me tell you something, Damo. I want to bet my left. That land. Liberia can get that land no more because Mr. Bwaka is aware. Joseph Bwaka is aware. And he told Guinea, he admitted it from President Doumbouya that they can have the land.
Were you in the meeting?
But you can 1 minute finish now, Damo. I mean, can we go back?
1 minute finish. You keep on the show to come look for job. So when they ask me a question, let me answer. Damo, your question.
I will not respond to that.
So on a I'll leave it like that. We just wanted to know where you got your intelligence from, since you said
my intelligence is 100% correct. When I let Joseph Bwaka read UN and read ECOWAS and read EU.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. George, what's your take on this communication from the governor of Liberia to the Federal Republic of Nigeria through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about the prophecy from the Nigerian pastor?
Well, it shows that we are maybe less busy and we're looking for something to talk about. Look, it's the government that fell energy into this thing. Quite frankly, I don't know that Reverend Bishop, they have all kind of titles these days, so you don't know which one to give to them. I have no understanding of him or his prophecy. But I think it's the officials of the government that get lied, so it started popping up on our Facebook feed, those of us who are friends to them. There is something in business communication called useful information. When someone says something and you forget about it, it will stop right there. But if you continue to put fire on it, it will continue they will have multiplication effect. So now we have spent our time having one conversation with one bishop who have come to talk about the other bishop. I think it was a waste of energy, or a waste of time. What will happen during the time when Bishop Odisa, those big bishops that used to talk about government with fire? If one of them was still today, what was going to happen? Our whole government going to stop working. And you know,
Thank you.
let us.
The government needed not to have elevated the matter, not to have written a communication to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
No, it's not that. It's not that serious. It's
okay.
Not that serious.
Thank you, Dr. Poplar. Do you have a different view concerning that Liberia's communication to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, complaining the Nigerian pastor for his prophecy?
Actually, I was surprised, but I'm really more interested in what relief we were seeking. So a private pastor say so. We don't like what he's saying, but he just exercised free speech. So I'm more interested in the relief. In other words, we write to the government so that we might get what. So you tell the person, don't talk against us next time. Then the other person next door would talk. Then you say, tell the people to shut up. Then the other people down the road would talk. So I don't know what relief was saying. To me, it was not necessary to write that letter. I said earlier, Damo, when you were in the back there running things, and I'll say again, whatever we heard, don't get mad, let's get motivated. It's not going to be true. And we, Liberians, will make sure that everything he said will not happen. But it's up to us to take action. And before the bishop left, I enumerated a few instances in Holy Scripture where God said, I would do this. You know, it's a bad thing coming. And then God repented. What caused God to repent or relent? The people's action. So the man said, we'll be poor here. We're already poor, but we'll move on the pendulum, okay, from poverty to prosperity. But it's not going to happen just because 5, 10, 15 people or 3 government officials wrote a statement. It's going to happen because we intentionally take actions to make our people better and improve their welfare. That's the challenge, and I think we have to step up to the plate.
Thank you, Dr. Poplar. Kefasan, what's your take on that, the government's communication?
Yeah, so when you want to really understand if the pastor saying the truth, that clearly it shows a whole government writing a pastor in Nigeria, a whole government. What that says, it's a confused government, dysfunctional government. This government is dysfunctional. They're confused. Jose Imam-Bokar is confused. Let me tell you, how you want to know Jose Imam-Bokar confused is when they will appoint 2-3 people on one position. We saw it. Imagine the president, he will appoint this person today, tomorrow he appoint and another person, same position. That's a confused government there. A government who the police IG will come out and announce publicly that there's no criminality in the 3 missing boys. Done at the cabinet meeting, he telling the justice minister, say, you'll go investigate. If that is not a confused president, dysfunctional president, I don't know. Maybe it's just because of his age, people want to give you that respect. Jose Imam-Bokar is the most confused president ever. And I can tell you, hey, by looking at him and things he's doing, we understand, we can see that there's some decline here.
Okay, Kev. Thank you.
It's something. So guys, let's face it, he's confused. He's confused.
Thank you, Kev. We were right there. So you say the government's communication was not necessary, but there are those who say the statement made by the prophet, it was inflammatory, it was inciting, it also sent a negative signal about the country's reputation. Those are lines within the government's communication that it doesn't represent the image of the country and those things he
Then
said, you know, they didn't.
That one they know it's true. That one they know it's true.
I'm moving to T and Isaac though, and subsequently Wilfred Bangura. You've had your 1 minute. Isaac though, before T, what's your take on the government of Liberia's communication to Nigeria?
You know, Damo, few hours from now, it will be birthday time. So I really want to be nice. But Damo, let me ask you, though. If a footballer in Africa says Liberia will never go to World Cup, will right Africa government tell them say they may say batting or our team they're going to World Cup? I'm just asking. I don't think it was necessary, actually. Unless you want to tell me if anybody's in Africa or maybe Taiwan say if Liberia playing rice, the rest will never grow. Then we write the government say, oh, the mess our rice will plenty will not grow. What he doing for? He won't bring Hong Kong in our country. I don't know, but probably I don't. You know, on one thing I know. Kev, I don't want you to be doing this. Stop putting crown on your head. You know, our own brother, the Vice President Jeremiah Kung, 2023 said President Barker will experience decline. Stop putting it on your head. You are not the one saying it. The Vice President was the one who said it. He said President Barker will
you're
decline.
correct. Yes.
So
Thank you.
I don't want you. Yeah, it shouldn't be that you, our big brother, the Vice President. He said the President Barker, 2023. He's saying it will be declining from 2023. They might 2024, 2025, 2026. Think about it. So now you saying it, the Vice President, that what he said. Thank you.
Thank you. Wilfred Bangura, what's your take? You have a different view on the government's communication. Do you think it was necessary with all of what was said in that communication to the Federal Republic of Liberia, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I should say, concerning one of its citizens and his prophecy?
Thank you, Damon. I'd like to begin with Yeke. Yeke attacked the bishop. He said the bishop said my church. So he had a problem with that. But the same gentleman has often referred to District 10 as his district. My district. Every time you better say my district. So you really own District 10? Then you come and say the bishop say my church. So you attack the bishop. You see the kind of hypocrisy? He's smiling. My district. You really own them. But let's go to your question, Diamond. I certainly think that what my friend, the soon coming, the soon
Jeremiah put up
birthday man. Isaac's birthday will be up very shortly. So happy birthday to you, Isaac, in advance. Isaac, the analogy you try to paint will not hold water. To say the national team will not make it in the World Cup, or the rice will not grow on our farm this year. Those are trivial things. You know they are trivial things. Nobody will take issue with those things. But when you mention that there will be a coup d'etat, Isaac, this is a direct threat to the democracy. It's a threat.
Always let lie. Who said it? The man never said that. You can lie.
Would you have
the man didn't say that. The man didn't say that.
Would you have some respect? You want to be talking? You want to be? I say you got to learn some discipline. You got to be. I say you got to be disciplined. Okay. You're a good man. Just be disciplined, tolerant, relax.
Stop lying. Stop lying.
I will have to mute you, Chief. Let's allow Bangura to make his point.
Don't mind my man. He doesn't like for me to talk because I'll be boring who he thinks. I say this is not a trivial matter. I know to you it's trivial because today you won't come back to power. But this is a direct threat to our democracy. It's a threat to our peace. It's a threat to the stability of the nation state for a foreign agent to use his pulpit and call for insurrection, instability in Liberia. I say, you know what this nation state went through for more than 14 years. As we speak, we are still suffering from some of the repercussions, some of the things that happened in the past as a result to war. He is saying that there is going to be crisis in your country. Okay, he is saying that there's going to be a coup d'etat. There's going to be this asymmetrical process that will halt our democratic progress. Are you saying we should clap for him? I disagree.
Okay, answer the question about the letter now.
This is why I believe the action that we took is altogether necessary. Is altogether
the letter.
he has a huge assertive action. We talk unless you want me to
Bangura,
speak.
was the
You know,
action
I will come
necessary?
on.
That's the question. So we move to the others.
So no. But let me learn Adamo. What you want to hijack me for?
So by the time I'm Bangura, you finish passing around Ralphie or land.
I tell you,
What
my
you
man,
got
where are
time?
you?
What you got time? So
You want
I'm
to go
arguing.
to Japan?
I'm
Come on,
arguing that letter, and as it continues to interrupt, and you know, you wouldn't
That's
use
why
it
Bangura, you have
already.
said
You wouldn't say, you should start interrupting me. You allow them to interrupt the show. And for me, I do not function in noise and chaos. So since you guys can go ahead and function in noise and chaos, go ahead and take the show. Go ahead, but I will not function in noise and chaos. They will come and attack you, and you will not
Damo is a
attack them.
sedition, so he backing us.
But Damo shouldn't be doing that. He should be fair.
Bangura,
I
I don't
does
know
not find any problem wrong with the doomsday prophecy. He doesn't have any. He doesn't find any issue wrong with the man calling for coup d'etat in Liberia. We have a problem with that. We have a fundamental problem with that. Okay, and we believe that kind of thing is repugnant, and that's why we wrote. So we're hoping that our Nigerian counterparts will take due note and act accordingly, because we will not contest anything here. This country will remain stable, it will remain peaceful. There will be no coup d'etat here, and our progress, democratic progress, will never be interrupted. I say you pray for doomsday, there will be no doomsday in this country.
Damo, let me ask you a question. 10 seconds.
Diamond, my time.
Diamond, 10 seconds. Quick, let me ask you something quick, Diamond.
No, Kev, you wouldn't do this, brother. Let's
No,
wait
I just
for
want 10 seconds.
Let's
No,
wait for
but
Kev, you wouldn't do this. If we are to have this conversation, let's have one moderator and let's do it that way.
No, I just want to ask you a question, but also,
let the others have time to speak.
One question from you.
So
Is it my
hold on.
time?
T, please go ahead.
Thank you, Diamond. You know, tonight, as it though, in my mind, he made a very smart and very important or strategic analogy. Like, Isaac, I'm agreeing with you in God's name for the first time. I think the analogy you gave was on point, and that people who do public relations work for the government, they were in error with respect to your specific question, Diamond. The fact that they will take up time to respond to that prophecy, whatever it is called, and complain to the Nigerian government as if this is something that they needed to take seriously, I don't think that was necessary. That was not necessary. And it gave the opportunity to people like Kev Hassan and Isaac Doe, and if Chelsea comes on tomorrow, people like that, to make an argument about the government not identifying their priority and following the well. It was very unnecessary. So that's why I agree with Isaac's analogy. If somebody say FIFA, Liberia will not qualify, every little thing you hear in the community, even if it's not serious, you would take a precious time to waste behind it. So it gave opportunity to people who want to make, or to demonstrate unprovoked, maybe emotional or reaction or attack against the government with every opportunity to get. You gave them tools to use. It was not necessary. However, I want to quickly close on this. The idea that tonight we took up almost an hour discussing what two bishops said.
2 hours, almost 3 hours.
Okay, yeah, almost 3 hours. Is it a reflection of the idea that people who come in the name of God, they see reason to insert themselves into the body politics of our republic? And for me, when you come in the name of God, you got to be very careful. You got to make sure that the message that you are giving to the people, that message in fact comes from God. To have two people in 2 seconds here. To have two people, one saying God said this, the other one saying no, you are lying. For me, it does not reflect well on what men of God should be doing with their time in the use of their pulpit. Thank you.
Thank you, T. So, guys, we have less than an hour to wrap up, and we still have got some topics, but because of the time, we cannot exhaust all of the topics tonight. We will table some for tomorrow. So what we're going to talk about next is the LACC's communication to the ANC. I've been back and forth trying to authenticate that particular communication as well. But looking at what was said, I'll just read a bit of the communication. We'll also squeeze in what was said by the LDA officer in charge concerning the profuse drunkenness, and alcoholism that's in the police. According to Fitzgerald Biago, the policemen can drink As soon as they get in the morning, they go in the traffic, the first thing that liquor. They do all the liquor sharpening, alcoholism. So, you know, whether or not that points to the level of sometimes overuse of force and what we see the police going through sometimes, whether that attributes to that, he said alcoholism is a serious problem in the police. They can flip. As soon as they go in the traffic, they get small money now flipping. So let no, I'm just trying to lay the show, T. Why are you so offended by what the man said himself? Let me play the clip.
Let play.
He said it himself. Let me play the clip. This is Fitzgerald Biago, the officer in charge of the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency.
My brother Simon myself will sit down with DC Brown. What the cost of a lot of police people dying? You know, Simon, I reached that fellow. Then we put someone came back and said a lot of police people drinking too much. The death in the police is caused by drunkenness. Most of them are caused by drunkenness. The police people drink too much. As soon as they get trouble, they get fired, they go in Lagos up shop. And now police people, law enforcement as a whole, we think. I can see my bigger boy, they say one shop. When I'm coming, everyone coming back, see them, and they say to the shop drinking liquor. My brother Simon myself will sit down with DC Brown. What the cost of a lot of police people dying? You know, Simon, I reached that fellow. Then we put someone came back and said a lot of police people drinking too much. The death in the police is caused by drunkenness. Most of them are caused by drunkenness. The police people drink too much. As soon as they get in trouble, they get fired, they go in Lagos up shop. And now police people, law enforcement as a whole, we think. I can see my bigger boy, they say one shop. When I'm coming, everyone coming back, see them, and they say to the shop drinking liquor.
Thank you. So T, you were concerned about why I was stressing on the flipping. Did you listen to the guy in the background saying, "I'm cool liquor about 72, I'm cool liquor about 72"? That's another law enforcement officer attesting to what is Fitzgerald Biago said. So the officer in charge didn't want to limit it to the LDA. He said security people, all security people, that they can drink. So we'll start up with that. We'll move to the LACC's, reported response to the ANC about establishing or initiating a preliminary investigation into what the ANC is alleging that they should look into the Foya Mansion project and come up with whether or not any sort of corruption or more practices were carried out there. We can do that along with what the LDA OIC said, and subsequently we'll close up on another one. The president has said chiefs are going to be paid beginning the 1st of July. They are going to provide buses for the chiefs. But citizens like Kev Isaac-Doe and the others have said, look, during our regime, we also provided motorbikes and pickup trucks for the chiefs. So it's not like the chiefs were not put in during our era. So what are you saying about that? So we'll start up with that and we'll move on to, remember, alcoholism, what it does. Is it why we see some police officers and security officers always overreacting? We have seen a lot of videos on social media of people being arrested in ways that are not the normal way. We see a lot of things. So I started with you, Dr. Richardson. What do you make of the OIC statement and subsequently the LACC's response to the ANC and chiefs getting paid and getting buses for the various counties announced by President Kwagga?
So the police chief was announcing that we have that alcoholism is a problem, substance abuse is a problem in our country. For me, the question is, what is our government or the police academy or the police institution doing about it? Are they having training in terms of ways to prevent or decrease the use of alcohol? Are they having programs about what happens if you get caught on a job drinking? Or because I was I was surprised when he said, I see them You know, when I'm going to work, I see them in a group at a so what do you do about it? You know, so those are concerns. There's when you see people drinking in my study of substance abuse, there's a reason, there's a root cause of alcoholism, and that's what we have to get to, that root cause of alcoholism, and try to manage that from a police academy perspective or from a holistic governmental perspective. That's what I have to add. Thank you. Phoebe, you next.
Yeah, I know. Think drinking on the job is a violation from every both public private sector. Needs to talk about even security guys, because they also on the street and looking for drunk drivers and the people driving under influence. So you cannot be holding people accountable for drinking while driving, and you say you're drinking while testing those that are driving drunk. You know, so like you said it right, there should be programs. You know, what causing it, what the root cause, and how can we address it as a nation, so that we can take some punitive measures to also get people to know that if you are caught, these are the penalties that you're gonna face. Because if you don't do that, just talking about it will not solve the problem. At least the first step to acknowledge that it's happening within the security forces. The next step is how do we address it and put it under control so that you don't have the kind of effect that it's having on the society. And like Dama was alluding, you know, some of the way the police handle, you know, situations, maybe they might be under the influence, so they also just go with that mindset. Today I'm gonna get tired. Anybody try me, I will deal with them this kind of way. You know, so we need to also look at all of these things. And are they also happy? Because some of the things that cause people to drink, you know, people try to drink their sorrows. And you know, when they are frustrated, they say, let me just pour some alcohol in my system to clear my head and clear my soul. So I will not think about my many problems I have in home. My children's school fee, my salary not enough, and you know, my woman get this other issue, my woman pregnant, no money to free up in the hospital, house rent due, all of these things. How do we have a holistic package to solve these problems? Then you can be able to deal with the issues as you see them. Thank you.
Dr. Richard, it's me.
Who came in next? Dr. George came in next, and then Dr. Honorable Koluba, and then you, Kev, and then Dr. Bartlett, Isaac Do, and then T1K.
Doc, I need to leave. Can I just throw in my 2 cents?
Okay, is that okay with you, Dr. George? Please.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Dr. George. So I know we just saw a little piece of the clip. We didn't see the whole thing. So
the doctor, they were just speaking, man. What?
I'll be quiet, man. I would have wanted to see more of the tip, but at least in that first part, the piece that we saw, he identified the problem. So problem identification is important, but now solution. I would like to know if you already know that the police have a problem with alcoholism. I wonder what has been or is being done, because alcoholism is a problem anywhere, but particularly in the police for a critical sector or security, civilian security in particular. These are the people who will be our community on the streets. So if you know there's a problem, then you want to go from problem identification to solution. What are the factors that are causing them? How can we mitigate them? Do we need to have recovery programs for our police officer? It'll be interesting to know what it is that the police are already doing, or what are they planning to do as a result of what they now know, and then assist the police so that they can get the help they need. And something like alcoholism, you want to move quickly, because you go from 1 to 2 to just addicted. Every day you got to get just messy, and then you can do the critical work as a police officer. So it'll be good, Diamond, if you get more of that clip, or if we can find out from the police what is the part 2 to how they address that. That will be important.
Thank you, Dr. Borpler. Kev Hassan, is it your turn or Dr. George?
Dr. George.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. It's always good to ask for directions when you come late. Dr. George, what's your take on this? I know you deal with addiction, as you said the other day on the program, and a whole lot of other issues surrounding, being hooked on substances. What's your take on this? A revelation coming from a senior member of the Liberian National Police. Even though he heads the LDEA, he's still a police officer. And he was addressing recruits as well and other already graduated officers that alcoholism is the major cause of death within the Liberian National Police and the security sector. As soon as go on traffic, they get fatter. So he's also alluding to the fact that there is massive corruption in the police, because if they go on the road and they're always getting fatter, where do they get it from? They're getting it from drivers and other motorists. So they use that money now to fuel their alcoholism. What's your take on this?
Well, first of all, let me thank the police, whatsoever his rank is, for having such a training section and for sharing a research. I think I heard him saying he and someone did a research. Mm-hmm. And that was what it was revealed, that there is abuse of alcoholic beverages taking place within the Liberian National Police. I hope they take it seriously, because in my opinion, the abuse of alcoholic beverages is one of the addiction that we overlook in a society, because people believe that every one of us will drink and be able to control ourselves. And that's the challenge. And then second, alcoholic beverages is, you can find it everywhere. It's easy to purchase. It's not hidden like other hard drugs. So I will encourage them to have to do a lot of training in the police to get them aware. First of all, it's a national security risk. If you know that police officer that mind a particular checkpoint they let drinking, you give drink to them, and that checkpoint is compromised. So they should take it extremely serious, and they should increase the training. And like Phoebe, I agree, and Dr. Richardson, we have to now study the underlying problem, because when people start to abuse substance and people start to abuse alcoholic beverages at that level, there are underlying challenges that you need to take care of. Are they excited about their salary? Are they suffering from shame and guilt in the community that they live in? Are they going through serious grief and loss because of them not being able to pay their children's school fees? So those are underlying issues that we now have to start having serious conversation around. But let me first of all continue to thank the police commissioner for having such a training, for elevating that to the level of which we're having a conversation. Now he has elevated that. I hope they will have curricular and consistent training on this matter, because it brought us around national security. Now we all know that our police officers like to drink. Some criminal may want to take advantage of that, and so we must take serious. Every Liberian must take this serious. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. George. Honorable Koluba, before we get to Kev Hassan, I saw you earlier on the program when I was here, so I just want to keep it that way before I get to my brother Kev and Isaac and T1. Go ahead, Honorable Koluba. What's your take on that?
I think the ORC misspoke. When you talk about national security, that's a national security thing they should be talking about. You can go as a head of a national security institution and go and speak the way he spoke in the public. In my mind, he misspoke. I think he should take that back. And if there's anything of such in the Liberian National Police, they should work it up and solve the problem. But bringing that to the police, that's bringing the police credibility down. You can bring the police credibility to the public the way he brought it to the public. As the national security. You listen to him when he was speaking, after he accused the police, to balance it was when he brought in the DEA. But you're not actually talking about the DEA. You're talking about the Lebanon National Police. I think he misspoke. I think he should take that statement back. It's not all right for us, the citizen, for us to know that police officers are stronger, especially when it comes from somebody like him. Who will deny it? Who can say that lie? I think he misspoke. I think Biago should take it back.
Thank you, Honorable Koloba. Kia Passan, do you think the DA's OIC should take his statement back, by saying the police men can really flip when they get fat, the first thing they run into Lagos shop, they go stay in the traffic and get fat and be running to drink. Should he take that statement back, or that was an honest conversation to seek reform?
That one, earlier on, we'll talk about a confused state. If nobody don't see this thing that we live in a confused state with a confused leader, that's it there. It's because if the leader not serious, first of all, if Gregor Como is not a serious leader, right? And Gregor Como boss is not serious. And the Justice Minister boss, which is the president, not serious. They're all confused. That is the trickle-down effect. That's what happened. When the up is unserious, the bottom. We're talking about national security here. We're not talking about play. We're talking about national security. So you wonder why? Because if the police flipping in every corner, the immigration too. So you wonder, now you see how Guinea entered the men were flying, the men were drinking. This is serious business. It's not about he and Kolba, it's not about he misspoke. I think this is what happened in the country because from the head come down, the country is confused. The national security, it's not nothing going on. They're not doing well. Nothing going on. How the police will not be drinking that the leader not serious? Any serious nation, imagine. Anytime we hear this thing that much, President, we had time, no. But this time, we're hearing that the police, all they do is to be sitting in liquor store, they're flipping all over, drinking, laying down on the street, get up and just beat people. It's a confused nation. It's a confused nation. The nation is confused. From the president come down. Dysfunctional government. Dysfunctional government.
T, are you talking to us, or we can get back to you later because it seems like you having another conversation. So Isaac, though, what's your take on the LDA's OIC statement, his revelation today?
Well, Damo, what much more can an Isaac say when the government is telling us that people can drink alcohol? That people go to work in the morning, no job, they just go to the alcohol shop and just drink profusely. That's the state we are in, brother. But that's the state. So if Gregor Como comes now and be boasting about reform, about this, please ask me a question. Say the man you can flip. You're just that drinking. Liquor? What else you want me to say? The team you lead is as good as your leadership.
What do you mean by that?
Your team represents your leadership. The leadership they get from you is what they exhibit. The people go to work, they see nobody concerned about being police, about doing anything. Everybody, other men on TikTok, other men doing. So the people just do their things. Everybody there. They go to drink. Not me saying it now. Not careful. Nobody from CDC. The people that President Bouaka appointed telling us what they can do, they say they can drink. No wonder why you going police just stopping for no reason. You coming the other time, once upon a time, was coming, other guy put the syringe on. I keep from here one moment. I said, you got no win. Yes, when I move from here, you move. He came and I said,
why are they
no, because I think that they make drink. They better just to us say the people can drink. So you know the people, I'm saying that the message everybody can be drinking. Now when Gary come on campus,
The nation is not aware. The
Right.
nation is
So
not aware.
I know that people can drink. When you drink, you don't know what you're doing.
They just want to walk away from those police. They are drunk.
Isaac, do you
They
video?
stop you again, ticket, they're drunk.
Let's move on to T. T1K. What's your take on?
Thank you, Damo. The issue about the DA boss.
Allow T to talk. Go ahead.
Thank you, Damo. The DA boss that spoke, the audio that you just played, he is still an active police officer.
Yes.
And in my mind, what he spoke about is the fact. It represents the fact. It's very unfortunate, but that is the fact. I disagree with Yeke that for him to come and speak about it in public view, then it denigrates the police, especially for somebody like Yeke who has denigrated the president, his colleagues, and the House of Representatives, everybody in government. You come and sit on the radio as Yeke TV, and you speak ill about everybody, more powerful than the police officer. And then tonight, you think you have the audacity to say that for the man to identify problems within the police and come and speak about it in public view, that's denigrating the police. You don't have the moral authority to speak in that manner. But let's get to the issue. The issue at hand is that I speak as a director of a human rights organization that has sued the Liberian government on multiple occasions because of the conduct of the police. I sued the government when George Weah was president. I won cases, and I got cases in court now since Bouaka has been president. I don't discriminate when it comes to suing the government for misconduct. So I think for the sake of the ordinary people, it is only right that people that are in high position begin to highlight these things and put them in public view to shame. It would be considered denigrating the police if he was speaking ill of them, if he was lying about their conduct and making them to look bad. But this is the fact. A lot of police officers, through the years, not just in this moment, they have been, look, just last week, I sat down with the director of civil litigation, or Councilor Kanua, and we're talking about how our organization, the Foundation for Human Rights Defense, can work along with his office to try to offer some packages that will help the police. Their conduct needs to be looked into. So I think it was fair enough to speak in public view about their behavior so that it will shine a light, so that Como and all those that are in position of power will take necessary steps to address the issue at hand. There's a pandemic in the police. It's causing all kinds of problems. We got video of a police officer just rushing on a man and kicking him in the face and damaging his eyeball. Drunk police officer.
Drunk.
And CDC was, George Weah was president. You understand? That's why, no, you can't leave me alone. So anyway, Damo.
You see how Kev rushed in now to agree with what you saying when you told him that and then he dropped.
Right. And I don't need his agreement.
No.
I don't need Kev, let me close up. Kev, let me close up. So Damo, Kev. So Damo, I agree with the DA boss. What is going on? It reflects poorly on us as a nation. The police, the government need to look into this. It is not about CDC, about Unity Party, about anything. It's about the Liberian people. Punishment measures have to be put into place to improve the conduct of the police. That's what I had to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we've all spoken about what the problem is.
Dama, can I just say one more thing? I heard about the police bribing citizens. I'm sorry, citizens bribing the police for them to get their way. I actually believe that education should be on both sides, the police and the citizens. Okay, you should know your rights as a citizen so that you won't engage in bribing the police so that it can use your money that you give them to go drink alcohol. That's what I wanted to add quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. So now we've all spoken extensively about the problem as identified by OIC Fitzgerald Biago, the OIC of the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency. Now I put the question to everybody out there: what solutions there can we prefer? What solutions should the police be looking at? Breathalyzer, unannounced tests, and the rest of these things. How now that the problem has been diagnosed, because drunk police officers are definitely going to abuse the rights of citizens. If the police officers need to finance their habits, they will definitely ask for cold water, ask for tea, put some kind of thing on you for you to pay some money back and forth. And we'll see a lot of these incidents happening. So then, what measures can be put in place now for the police to look into and see how best they can reduce this high level of alcoholism that has been disclosed by Fitzgerald Biago? Dr. Richardson? You muted, ma'am.
Sorry, guys. In other parts of the world, one of the things that we look at is training. Okay. In the police sector, there will be training for all of the police officers that come into the academy. And then they should also sign the paper and know their rights, know that they have mental health clinics, and that there should be a setup of mental health clinics where they can go see therapy paid for by the police force. I was part of a program where the police academy paid me to see police and other law enforcement officers. I think they had like 5 or 6 sessions with me, and then thereafter they will take the responsibility of paying or going to see somebody else. Those are the 2 programs. There should have a punitive guidelines as to if you are found drunk. These are the things that will happen to you. You'll be suspended without pay, or you'll be dismissed depending on the severity of your situation, or you have to go through these particular counseling sessions before you return to work. Or sometimes some of the police officers that I work with were doing it side by side. They were doing it what are the word I want to use? They were doing it side by side. They were going to work and also seeing me as well.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Fubi?
Yeah, I agree with the points that Richardson made. We need to firstly, have some talk with all of these guys, not for general, one-on-one. You can have group sessions, you can have one-on-one session with them to understand what their issues are, have some counseling program for them, have some training for them, and also tie it to behavior bond. They have to sign and know that, because you cannot be enforcing the law that you're breaking. When you're on the street, people are driving under the influence, you arrest them, you charge them. Then you also that are charging them, you also under the influence charging them. So it doesn't work that way. So there should also be punitive measure for them, so that that when I'm caught drunk on duty, you have this way to go through. Because everybody, a lot of people in Liberia or around the world do drink alcohol for different reasons. So understand why they drink. Some people just drink to ease their frustration. Some people drink for pleasure. Some people are just addicted to it, and just so they can't go a day without putting something in their system. So understand all of those things and why people are drinking, then why even do it on the job. Because it's not illegal to drink alcohol, but drinking it while you're on duty, that's not acceptable, because you also put people's life at risk. The manner in which you will handle, so like you were saying, people handle certain cases, the way they react because they are drunk, so they can overreact sometimes, and they might handle people because of their their current state. So all of those things are not called for as a police officer. So there must be some kind of measure. But first, understand why they are doing it and try to find solutions for them. And if they continue, then you have the punitive measure attached to it, and that way you can be able to at least curtail it to some extent.
Thank you, Fubi. Honorable Kolba, you said Fitzgerald Biago's statement was uncalled for. He shouldn't have said it publicly. He should have said it in private sessions. Okay, so I think Honorable Kolba has left the podcast. But T, what's your first solution or solutions to the police as we're wrapping up? We have only about 20 minutes now to go.
I think I agree with Dr. Francois Chinoway that training, education is very important. However, there can be no one-step solution to this problem. You cannot just go and conduct training and think that training by itself will solve the problem. I also agree with Fubi, therefore, that there are underlying reasons why people drink. Some people want to just drink their frustration away. They can't afford to pay their children's school fees. They can't afford to send their kids to hospital when they are sick. So many problems they have. So sometimes they go out there and they feel like for a moment they can get to leave their problem away by just drinking. So that's where the combination of both training and improvement of their economic conditions come in. I've advocated in Liberia for years about what is being done to police officers who work. And as well, we want to speak about their problems. Let us also speak about the issues that's affecting them. Most of these police officers, you see, they work 14, 16 hours a day. But the pay that they get, the salary that they get, is not even 5% of what Yeke got when he was a lawmaker. So
Why
this is
you on the show?
no, I'm on Yeke because I'm on Yeke Diamond because Yeke out here came by me and said I'm looking for a job. And I'm not looking, but let's leave that. Let's get to the issue. The issue at hand is that police officers are struggling in Liberia. Kev, I'm not on you yet, so leave it. Police officers are struggling, and there's a reality. We gave them a huge task, but we are not meeting up with our obligation, even what is in Article 6 and 7 of the Liberian Constitution. You know, the welfare of the Liberian people should be the primary objective of the Liberian government. People that are civil servants, that are doing what we ask them to do, they are left frustrated, and they are looking for solutions in alcohol and other things that will only make their situation worse. So again, I agree with Fubi. I also agree with Dr. Chinwe that training and also improvement of their economic condition, for me, will contribute to the solution of this problem.
Thank you. Kev, any solution?
He watching.
He said it twice. You put yourself in Joe. Kev, what's your take? Any solutions? Even though you're an opposition, we did see in Ghana, and just today I was reading the opposition candidate Baumia decided to proffer a different economic plan to what the government is currently, carrying out in Ghana. He's launched his own alternative. So being an opposition doesn't mean you criticize always, but sometimes you provide solution to the problem. So this is a Liberian problem. It has been diagnosed by the OIC of the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency. What solution or solutions are you proffering, Kev, to solve this problem?
Fire Gregory Cuomo. Fire him.
Why?
On his watch, the police is going in the wrong direction. If you don't fire him, that's why the justice minister in favor of it. And if you don't fire the justice minister, the president in favor of it, you cannot get your police drinking all over. So that means he's not doing his job. Fire him. The country I live in right now, if that happened in Maryland here, he will be fired. The police chief will be fired. Then they will fire the police chief. They will put the new police chief, and they will train the police. That's what they do here. The police chief should be fired.
So your solution to this problem is you
fire.
Don't want to do.
Yeah. Fire the police chief, change the entire police head, and then retrain the other police force, retrain them. But as we see right now, Greg Cuomo lose control over the police, and the justice minister in favor of it, and justice minister Boss Fuji, the president in favor. So for the president to come down, they're not going to do anything because they are dysfunctional.
Thank you very much, Kev. All right, folks, we have to start wrapping up now. It's been a wonderful conversation today. Earlier, we had Bishop Konto on the program. It was a very, very, very heated exchange. He stated his point as to why he felt the Nigerian pastor or prophet was wrong. Everybody had their views on that matter. We spoke also about Liberia's response to that by sending a formal complaint to the Federal Republic of Nigeria through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through the Liberian Embassy in Abuja, stating out what the country feels its image has been hurt and misrepresented. And the statement from the prophet or pastor, bishop, was inflammatory. It carried incitement, and the rest. And all of you spoke extensively on these matters. We also spoke briefly about the revelation made by Fitzgerald Biago, the head of the LDEA, where he said alcoholism, excessive flipping. Somebody was in the background saying 72. Now even cool legal they can drink, they can be drinking 72. So I've been asking around what exactly is 72. So every time he saw me on my phone, I was asking in various group chats like, what is 72? What is 72? So it says 72 is one of the locally manufactured beverages. It's cheap. Yeah, it's cheap. That's why you turn the corner at the straight. You can find it. Yeah, and if you put your 5 out to get up quick, it can give you it. And not like Hennessy SO and a careful you store and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
They also get Mama Yini.
But Damo, let me ask you this.
Ask me, we're going to wrap you on and Kev. Yeah, let's just have
with this kind of thing going on in the country. The police force, we're talking about the serious business here. The police force who supposed to be, somebody said police supposed to be stopping drunk drivers, and they drinking more than the driver, they drunk more than anything. You guys don't see that this president lost control over the country? You guys can see it. Police and army fighting. The last time, about a year ago, the police and the army were fighting. And you guys don't see it when the military and the army fighting. You don't see that the country, the president, losing it.
The question when I ask me there.
Yeah, I'm asking. Maybe you as a journalist will not. Maybe I don't know. But
you people beat the 1 or 2 on your party headquarters. You see that one? You know what about police?
I can't understand.
Fully your point can be so different. The man say police doing something and you carrying surveillance of police. Yeah, you can make people weak, man. But actually, there are some good high working men and women in the police. The leadership is something we have to look at, to be real, to give out a blanket statement. I don't know. I know there are some good men in police. Like Kev was saying, there's a remedy to the situation. Make the police less political. Take off Gregory Kuma. Gregory Kuma is a politician. He doesn't care about police things. He plays politics everywhere. Gregory Kuma will go to Capitol Daily. No. I'm saying I'm backing up what Kep said because listen, Gregory Kuma went to the Capitol building as a police. You should be there to protect everyone, but the man was only protecting majority of black people. It only tells you that he's a politician. If you were to take him off, make the police less political, allow them to focus on crime and protecting people, you will have a decent police force. But right now you have a man who, listen, there's something being happening in 2 places at the same time. One should be to UP place, one should be a citizen place. The man will care about the UP place because he's a politician. He's not focusing.
So your solution to the problem is fire Gregory Kuma and the
police.
Make
Gregory Kuma, get the police training, make them to be less political, let them to see crime generally, not crime from a specific point wherein a crime coming from UP is a crime coming from UP. It should be that way.
Look at Fremont. Look at Fremont they put on the streets. Look at that kind of man you want on your street.
All right, guys. So let's wrap up now. It's been a wonderful interaction. Look forward to being here with you guys again on tomorrow until when CEO shall come back and take his gobble. But it's been a great show. We talked about religion. We talked about politics. We talked about police alcoholic abuses as stated by the OIC of the LDEA. We're wrapping up now. So Dr. Richardson, your closing comments for tonight, and we'll move to Fubi subsequently to Kev, Isaac though, and T1AK. Your closing comments, guys.
Yeah, I want to encourage Liberians to know God for themselves. They shouldn't take what someone prophesies about Liberia to be the gospel or everything. They should know God for themselves and pray and try to do better in the country so that people wouldn't be prophesizing about our country in a negative way. Let the government improve the economy. Let the government improve the infrastructure, and let the government create jobs for our young people. I question what is happening to the faith of Liberian people. I think I asked that question and people thought I was joking. What is happening to our faith? That we have to, our government got to write another government complaining and all of that stuff is not necessary. Let's do what is right for our Liberian people. Okay. The second thing about it's a serious problem when the LDA boss can come and tell us that our police officers and people in law enforcement suffer from alcoholism or substance abuse. We need to all be awakened and take it very seriously. We need to start implementing trainings, as others have said on the show. We saw them testing the police, but we also should be able to look at their mental health, their emotional health, because becoming a police officer is a serious matter. You're in charge of the security of our country. So we need to assess their emotional health. Okay. And then we can also hire them, but also tell them we're going to pay for you to seek help. Go through therapy, go through training, depending on how bad addicted or how bad of a substance or how often you use the substances. Somebody said we need to improve lives. The police carry the police teachers, nurses, they carry doctors in our country. They hold major responsibilities, but they get paid almost the worst in our country. So we need to really talk about improving the lives of the people and educate our population. I don't know why we don't have jingles on shows to talk about educating that. Know your rights as citizens. Don't bribe the police when you're in your rights. Don't even when you do wrong, you shouldn't bribe the police. Go through the law process. So, having said that, I think it was a wonderful show, Diamond. We look forward to seeing you. You make this you very comical, if I can say that to you, and you make the show lively.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you for being on as well. Fubi, your parting comments from the conversation surrounding religion and politics and the rest of the things that we spoke about landing here on police alcohol abuse. What's your closing on this?
Yeah, great show tonight. And I always tell the Liberians, like I said earlier, on the issue of the Nigerian man speaking evil against the country, we shouldn't, well-meaning Liberians shouldn't accept it, should reject it. But we also call on the government to do what the government was elected to do. Work on the economy, improve the living standard of people. That should be the primary focus of the government. Then you prove the guy wrong. Because if you don't do that, he feels okay, and you say that a prophecy came to pass. Whereas there is no prophecy here. The issue of hardship in Liberia, nobody can say hardship that prophecy, because it's something that we all have lived through and we've seen. The government comes, government goes. We still see the issue of acute poverty being the order of the day. We saw the Propo agenda, for prosperity and all the other stuff, but the people are actually suffering, couldn't find food to eat and living destitution. Even though there are few guys that were milking the cow, they will come on and sit here and try to sing praises because they were benefiting. But the vast majority of their own people that elected them were suffering, it was on the reverse. So we should all speak against some of these things, but at the same time, we got to hold the government accountable to deliver, because the government are elected for the purpose of improving the living standard of the people and nothing else. So we must hold the government accountable for that. That's something we need to keep pushing. We can pray, but you also add action to your prayer, because God does exist and God exists for everybody. And if you choose not to pray, you will also live the full weight of your action. So you have to do that. The only issue of the DA, we all said, look, the guy, he didn't misspeak, he spoke well. And the way T Cantor, you can say the man shouldn't have spoken. You can remember legislature, but you can denigrate the legislature more than anybody else. You denigrate the executive than anybody else. So you can't be saying the man they spoke. At least the man was fair in analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Fubi. Quick question: you coming back to District 9?
Yes, I'm coming back. So I didn't leave in the first place, so I'm still there. I only got foreign assignment.
Oh, okay, all right. Kev, your closing?
Well, my closing, I hope people should put this politics aside and accusing the pastor and just looking what the pastor is saying. Is the country moving in the right direction? If your answer is yes, then you're confused too. If this president is doing well and he's not confused, and if you say the president is not confused, then you confused also. Because everything about this government is not going in the right direction. We just spoke about the police themselves saying that they are drunkards. What serious government, the security of the nation, all they do is just drinking on the streets? What serious country is that? Under Josiah Yuma Boka, Liberia is as equivalent as Sodom and Gomorrah. Seriously. So what kind of nation is that? Everything just going helter-skelter, things just happen, the gangster paradise, nothing going on. Don't you wake up in the morning when the pastor talk? They went to emergency cabinet meeting to ready
the whole cabinet had to convey to realize one communication.
Oh yes.
Oh yes. Leave us alone.
Oh yes. It's not somebody who's by the mansion. That's the mansion. Listen, that's what the mansion wants. That's the mansion, to write a pastor. So if you cannot challenge a pastor with all your achievement and say, how can you say the country is this way? This is our achievement. That's how you counter a pastor. But you writing the government to silence the pastor for exposing your government, exposing the president, exposing everything. What Guinean soldier in Liberia, that is serious nation there, that is serious president there. This is the most confused president, most dysfunctional mansion, and we're going to the wrong way. And glad the people know. And again, lastly, to our people out there, when you see a police guy and you're not satisfied and you see him and he flipped, he drunk. Call your friends there, you'll move away. He drunk, especially if he holds some deadly weapon. He fled, he drunk. Under this government, move away.
Kev, pig you,
be on.
Kev, good night.
Move away. The man fled.
Thank you.
It's a one of the many I was going to the dark days today.
Kev, thank you. No, thank you.
But let me serious now. The man that said the man that fled.
Okay, they say thank you.
Kev, your time fini.
Thank you, Diamond.
Just wrap up quickly. Your closing.
Thank you, Diamond. On the day that a ruling came in one of the cases that we handled, I spoke with you and some of your colleagues. That case pertained to police misconduct. That particular instance was about a man named Joe Collet who was killed by a police officer who we believe was drunk. And that happened on May 7, 2021, when George Weah was president. Also, to be fair, we have a similar case in court today about a man named Samuel, I forgot his last name briefly here, who was murdered at the police custody somewhere in police detention center somewhere near the Vermont building there. I think it's a Salem police station. Yes, and that one happened at the airport. That one happened on April 11, 2024, when Josiah Yuma Boaka was president. So I want to say here, when we talk about police misconduct, it is only right that we be fair and talk about the problems that we're having in the country and not try to politicize everything. Police misconduct has been going on for ages. I remember when I was a little boy, my uncle, may he rest in peace, he was a police officer. He would say, "Oh, man, you hungry?" When I say yes, he said, "Let's go stay on the road. Let me collect money so we can go cook." That was when Samuel Doe was president. So what I'm saying here, this is an institutional problem. There's an age-old generational problem that has plagued our society for so long. For those who want to choose an opportunity to put politics into everything, let them put Liberia first and be patriotic for once when there is an opportunity to discuss the problems that we have in this country.
Thank you.
I am glad that the police boss, who is now acting for DEA, came out to speak in public view about the problems that the police is having. We should all focus our attention on how we can solve it. And in 2 seconds here, I just want to send a shout out to our people in Nimba County, to Mayor Samuel Hart and his people for allowing us to fix the road that connect two communities and for giving us the honor to name that road after us. Thank you to the people of Ganta for allowing us to serve you. I'm back here now. I'll continue to be engaged with you, Diamond. Thank you. Thank to Spoon. Thank to my dear friend Monkey Island and everybody. I appreciate you.
Before you finish with all your
who the host that you name the road after?
Y'all can let my friend speak.
Oh, your friend
I was
Monkey
talking with
Island.
1 minute. Let me ask you. The way you now start facing road in and around Ganta, they name it after you. You going for the Senate or you going for the
I will not be running. I will tell you only one thing. I will not tell you two things. I will tell you only one thing. I have made it clear I will not be running against Senator Twaye in 2029. That's all I can say.
That means you're going for Sam Brown seat.
Oh Lord, I didn't say that. Sam Brown, I'm not running against you. I can say that too.
I'll give you two options, right? Everybody listen to it. You said the name street after you in Ganta. The street was never there before the name T1 Fangalo Street. Fine.
I face the road. I face the street.
And I was saying the same thing. Then you saying all your cheerleaders and all your chairmen and you greeting them how you be active in the district. We don't need a rocket scientist.
I will not run in, but I made it clear, Diamond, for the record, I will not be running for the Senate in Nimba in 2029. That one, Senator Twaye know it.
Yeah. Whoever see you going for your battle it. All right.
Okay,
Isaac,
thank you.
Dr. George, before Isaac do, there's a reason I'm keeping Isaac do for last. Dr. George, yes. What's your closing? We had a wonderful program. We started off with religion and politics, prophecy and no prophecy. Who's from God? Who's from Baha? Who's everything? Now we're wrapping up. What's your closing on this?
That one episode before 12. Who wants to see happy birthday song to the mayor, man?
You on the platform and see happy birthday song to Isaac do.
Well,
we know your friend. You know your best.
Let me thank you, Diamond. Thank Dr. Richardson, Fubi Henrys, Kev, Azedo, and Honorable Fangalo, the man in naming streets after 9 in Nimba County. Thank you all for the conversation and those who are watching on Facebook, YouTube, radio stations, television station. Look, there's a reason why we try not to mix religion with politics most of the time. And the reason most often is someone say God say you can't argue with it, and then the conversation comes to an end. Or people become fanatical with their religious bias and their religious views. Yes, the Nigerian prelate made some remark about the government, which have awakened our sensitivity, and we are responding to it in various ways. But there are certain things we need to ask ourselves. Are we better off today than yesterday? Are there things we need to improve in Liberia? Is this a quick question that needs to provoke our consciousness and allow the bigger man in us to come out, the border go where we have not been before? Is this saying from a foreigner something that is going to encourage us to be what we're supposed to be? Because there was once in our history, the first Minister of Information of the Federal Republic of Nigeria graduated from the University of Liberia. And he married to a Liberian. His wife introduced faction in Nigeria. In fact, she having a chieftaincy title in Lagos State because of that, of how she transformed the fashion industry in Nigeria. That's what we're known for as Liberians, going to other African countries and transforming those places. But now we are struggling as a country. And these messages should be things that should change us and propel us to be what we're supposed to be as a country, instead of having us on radio and television lambasting and insulting one another, or insulting somebody speaking for Nigeria. It should propel us to do good. I would like to thank the Honorable Commissioner for Police for bringing this to light. In as much as it's a sensitive issue, important for us to know, and for the police themselves, the level of abuse of alcoholic beverages is high within the Liberian National Police. But we shouldn't just leave it as the level of talking. This is time for government to invest some money in training police officers. This is time for substance abuse counselors and behavior therapists, substance therapists to be hired in government to work with the police officers to carry them through this process.
Thank you, Dr.
But as the study have shown this, the study should also show the underlying factor that is leading to this. And we should be able to tackle the underlying factor that leads to this, because it's in our national security interest. Let me conclude by thanking the head of the Liberian Anti-Corruption Commission for getting back to us at the Alternative National Congress, responding to us, and making us know that they are interested in investigating this matter. This is how we behave in civilized society. Even though it took 2 weeks, we appreciate that it came to us, and we look forward to the investigation and the report from this investigation. Thank you all. You all have a wonderful night. I look forward to this conversation tomorrow.
Thank you. So it's exactly 12 a.m. Isaac decided to do a photo shoot. He only sent one of the pictures. He deleted the rest. He said, "Oh, how you get it?"
How did man standing like that?
That's a photo shoot. He said, "Oh."
And that photo shoot start.
He talked about it yesterday.
You came in my phone to take something from there.
Why? The picture the man wanted to steal you put out one day,
Isaac. Happy
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
The man wedding picture that what you got, the man wedding program picture where he was standing in the wedding picture.
Over to you. Go in our order from you.
Yes, I say happy birthday to you. It's been great having you on the show. I know tomorrow you will pray and think wiser, as always, and enjoy your photo. Well, you already had your photo shoot. I'm sure you enjoy your photo shoot.
I got some more. I got plenty.
I will look at your page to see the different positions and actions that you had when you took the photo shoot. What time are you coming back?
The photo shoot a whole meal.
Hey, okay. I asked him for
that way bad thing. Now this is the same thing I always did do for the shoot. I get my food. He's just small for my hair. Used to take picture of it.
The cover phone down there. Lead that thing as it. Lead that thing. I know more like in a phone. Raised on your knee. Fubi, go and give your wishes to Isaac. Yeah, people move on. Even though you want to.
As a dog can tell birthday cereal, when you eat that, they don't have a birthday. You won't call us people from you will make cereal first.
So Mr. Dog, I was seriously playing for you.
Just keep quiet and listen to all wishing you. And we'll meet at the local and member board anyway. But wish you God's love and blessings. Wish you God's love and blessings, and may you enjoy your day in Grand Star and do as you wish. And like that already said, you should pray and ask God for guidance. But I wish you all the best as you go through life, and trust God and keep doing what you can do. Even though we can battle politically, but all the blessings.
Thank you, Fubi.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Dr. George Kev will be the last because you have a whole lot to say. So, Dr. George, go ahead.
Oh, the Honorable Isaac, former Deputy Minister and the Minister of Youth and Sports, Deputy Minister for Football.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. May the Almighty bless you and strengthen you. May He give you wisdom as you sit and reflect on the year past. May it propel you to do better things in the year ahead. May blessing follow you and your family. as you celebrate in style, and enjoy your birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you, boss.
T. Yeah, Isaac, man, you're a good guy. In this 2026, I've been observing you. I've been seeing you leaning towards redemption from this whole CDC thing that's going on. In my mind, before the end of this year, you will attain final redemption. The space is there, the room is there for you to recuse yourself from this CDC project. I wish you well. Tonight, you gave some very good analogy. I wish you good health. I wish you all of the things that your heart desire, including to be rescued from this CDC project. Happy birthday, and may you live for many more years to come.
Thank you. I don't know why you wishing bad things upon my own birthday. You talking
Oh,
about
Lord, my man. That good
rescue
can wish
bad.
you. Yeah, I did.
Oh God, Kevin, help me.
If you go, oh boy.
Yeah. Isaac, happy birthday. So I don't. I know you will now listen to T, because that complete bad luck to say redemption bad luck. So T, don't blame me bad luck, But and happy birthday to you. I know this is the last birthday you announced.
But why not? I'll be the last one.
Remember, when you reach a certain age, you don't announce your birthday anymore. You like but anyway, and wishing you long life and everything that you, especially stuff that you do for our party, and we know the Unity Party people they sit in somewhere and say, okay, maybe as you getting old now, you will slow down, but no, now you getting stronger and push. But we are happy to have you within the CDC. Because
how old are you? They may keep on talking about Asia.
40 years.
Because let me say this, right? It's one thing that the Unity Party people brand CDC people up and saying CDC don't know book. CDC people, they don't. So that one of the things sometimes and make me happy, because it will say, Kefasa you door. Don't honor they say Isaac do you door. I say, oh, so if they call Isaac do door now, so I think I'm good.
All right, Kev,
because lastly, because one thing you will give it to Isaac do, he's very intelligent, very smart, very, very smart. Since the day he dealt with Martin Colley, that was the end of our boy. He gone.
Kafigo, thank you. Isaac, though, happy birthday to you. Even though you're trying to remove all the photo shoot pictures, but we have them. We'll bring them.
You do your own thing.
We'll bring them on the show tonight. But we wish you all of the best. Wish you all of the best, Isaac. You bring a lot to the discourse, both on the program and in the back room. We see what you do, and it's good to have a side and stick firmly to that side. That's your conviction. That's what you believe in. Professionally, you do good, and we want to say happy birthday to you. Wish you all of the best as you age. May you grace and prosper as well. So we want to say on that note, thank you for being on the program. Everybody's wishing you happy birthday. I know you have a celebration. Anything you want to say, Isaac?
I appreciate everybody. Good to see another 365 days. We're growing sharper. Thank God for the help, and thank you to everyone.
All right, folks. On that note, it's a wrap. We'll have a lot of time to wish Isaac again tonight on the program. It's been a wonderful show. The bishop came in with 17 pages of paper to appear on the show tonight. 17 pages. I counted them when you saw me counting them. 17. They contain a whole lot of things, from field prophecies to a whole lot of things. But at the end of the day, he realized that Spoon Talk, is really the people's program, because he got out of his comfort zone and he abandoned the 17 pieces of paper he left them behind. I'm sure he will come back on the show for another time. People were saying, oh, the panelists being disrespectful to the bishop and all those things.
This is Spoon Talk.
This is Spoon Talk. This is how we roll. There is a line, between disrespect and speaking your mind. And we wouldn't condone that on the program. But sometimes when we also do get in our feelings for every little thing, he knew what program he was coming on. We spoke about this for days. He decided to come on this platform, and it's a polarized platform. People have got their own views, their opinions about things, and you cannot subject them, to feel the way you want them to feel about you. All right, so folks, thank you for being on the program. The network appreciates each and every one of you. Isaac Doe, have a wonderful birthday. On behalf of us tonight, it's a wrap. Thank you for watching.
Damon, you post that thing in the group chat, or is it already there?
What in?
The paper. Okay.
The 17 paper?
Yeah, I beg you, man.
What you all doing?
I'm telling you, boy, I'm confused.
No, let me have it back.
You man left the son, you say, man, you should post it.
Post it. All right, gentlemen, y'all have a good night.
You got me. Call over research.
See, let me see Dio Taylor.
I want to see the metal for.
Why you want to see my table?
Oh, but you get your Kobe there, no.
Good night, yeah. I see you. I come to your place next week in our area, so maybe we can meet up.
Okay, no problem.
You going to recruit Isaac, yeah? All right, T, good night to you. Good day to those
good night.
Watching all around the world. Dr. Josh, thank you for your time. To all the folks watching, we'll say have for yourselves a wonderful night if you're in Liberia. A good day to you, whichever part of the world you are, and it is in nighttime where you are. Good day to you. Have for yourselves a wonderful day and a wonderful night. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend.
To the food to get your information. To the food to be part of the connection. Spoon, 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 spoon.